keep it an arm's length away from it. At the same time, I think that it's difficult for them to weigh in substantively without appearing like they are criticizing the court. And that has been something that Biden wants to keep very limited to a Supreme Court discussion, which I think we're going to get more into this weekend, when he proposed those overhauls to the Supreme Court in what has also been, especially from Republicans, derided as an unconstitutional proposal and generated a whole lot of discussion. So I think they don't want to have sort of two fronts, so to speak, on that discussion.
One last thing. I know you're filling in for Shannon Bream on Fox News Sunday this weekend. Who do you have lined up?
Well, we're really excited to talk to Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy. He's a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and obviously will be able to speak to the tensions in the Middle East and how this might play a role in the election. I think that he will want to weigh in on that. We also have South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who spoke out about the prisoner swap and said that, look, it's great that these wrongfully detained Americans are coming home, but he didn't hear from the president a strong warning to Russia about a price that they're going to pay in the future. And I think that that is what has been lacking from Biden's announcement today, that is generating a little bit of concern even on what would be an otherwise celebratory occasion. So we'll talk to both of them this weekend.
Fox News senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Joel Clark, a Select Quote agent, with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and he can't take it with him. Well, I went to work and found Ray, who's 40 and takes medication to control his high blood pressure, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. That's way more coverage for a lot less than what he was paying. If SelectQuote didn't shop for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote and to find out how much you can save, call 1-800-403-5050. That's 1-800-403-5050. 1-800-403-5050. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Summer congestion got you down. Whether it's allergies or a summer cold, being congested can ruin your whole day. You feel tired and run down, like you're missing out on summer fun. At Navage, we're here to make breathing easy easier. Navage uses patented gentle suction technology to help clear out allergens, dust, and mucus without drugs. In just 30 seconds, you'll be on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. The U.S. and Russia completing their biggest prisoner swap since the Cold War in a multinational deal. That swap includes Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich.
The Russians were blocking the exchange unless they got back notorious FSB hitman Vadim Krasikov, imprisoned in Germany. German Chancellor Scholz told Biden, "I'll do it for you."
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. All 3 Americans held in Russia arriving back in the U.S. late last night. Wildfires burning hundreds of acres near Denver since Tuesday. Firefighters facing dangerous conditions.
We had 4 firefighters yesterday go down with heat exhaustion. Fortunately, they are fine. And I believe all of them, if not 3 of them, are back on the line today. We also had 1 firefighter suffer a seizure yesterday.
Jefferson County spokesman Mark Terkmeyer. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Thursday was quite the day for female American Olympians. Simone Biles won her 6th gold medal and a 9th medal overall, taking first place in the women's all-around competition. American Suni Lee, who won gold in the event at the Tokyo Games, took home the bronze. In the pool, swimmer Katie Ledecky helped the U.S. to a silver medal in the 4x200-meter freestyle relay for her 13th Olympic medal, which makes her the most decorated American woman in Olympic history. On Wednesday, Ledecky was dominant in the 1500 freestyle in Paris, winning her 8th gold medal to tie Jenny Thompson for the most golds for an American woman. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Kirby Smart, hell of a coach. He knows how to discipline players. He better get serious about what he wants from a character standpoint, because Georgia is failing every test when it comes to character on that roster. And if anyone ever earned and deserves a step back on the field with their record, it is the Georgia Bulldogs in 2024. All summer, I have said it will be Georgia and Ole Miss playing for the SEC championship. I'm changing my prediction. Kirby Smart's lost control. Georgia's not playing for the SEC championship. Schedule's too tough. They got 4 road games against preseason top 10 teams. It's going to be Ole Miss and Texas. Texas is waltzing in with their Stetson hats, and they are going to roll right to Atlanta to the SEC championship game. Georgia does not have what it takes, because Georgia can't keep their asses from getting arrested off the field. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up.
And so much more. Brought to you by
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Companies went on a hiring spree during the pandemic, and a number of employees accepted new offers. But now a survey finds those who move to a new position are less satisfied. Bloomberg reporter Matt Boyle.
Switching jobs usually lead to people being happier in their new gig, but some recent data has come down from the Conference Board to show that those attitudes, those sentiments have changed.
Boyle says many of those employees may have jumped ship too soon.
People may have just been sort of blinded by the dollar sign and not done enough research into other aspects of the job, like is there opportunity for career advancement? What are my colleagues going to be like? So the job satisfaction of those who have voluntarily left and started new job was actually lower than those who have stayed put.
It's a sharp reversal from 2022, when job switchers scored higher on 26 separate components of career satisfaction, ranging from wages to work-life balance and corporate culture. Ann Cates, Bloomberg Radio.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
There's no shortage of fun when old friends are in town. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Weekend on Friday, August 16th through Sunday, August 18th when the Phils play the Nats. Order tickets now at phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at phillies.com.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Summer, and the living is easy. It'll be super easy with one call to Captain Chucky's. Get your orders into Captain Chucky's now. Make that summer gathering one to remember and put the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake on your picnic table. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Carmine's Eatery in Newtown Square is where modern American cuisine meets Mediterranean fare. Enjoy fresh spins on classic dishes, elevated Neapolitan pies, and an exciting beverage program to wash it all down with. With its sleek, spacious interior and relaxing vibe, Carmine's Eatery is your new and delicious escape. Whether fine dining, a big celebration, or just taking in a game at the bar. With $3 Miller Lite bottles or $5 Peroni drafts, Carmine's in Newtown Square has it all. Visit carmineseatery.com and enjoy responsibly.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, August 2nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, that is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Mary Walter in for Dawn today. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Super packed Friday morning, including our buddy Sean Farish, live from Nashville, Tennessee, coming up at 8:30 this morning. Mary, good morning. Good to have you back. How are you?
Good morning. It's Friday.
Are we going to agree on the fact that today's Friday?
Yes, and I'm very excited to meet Sean.
Yeah.
Because I've never met him. So, in radio, if we get to see, talk to each other, we've met.
That's correct.
So,
looking forward to that. By the way, he is going to give us a little Trump early on, and then his opinions on the other stories of the day. Get ready to laugh. I know you'll be on a little bit of a YouTube delay, but tissues on standby because he will make you cry.
Well, with all of these radio hosts on one show today, 4 hosts, are we going to all spontaneously combust?
Actually, you know what? Some people are probably rooting for that.
I'll tell you what, if it gets too hot up here, I'm just going to go leave. I'm going to put the air conditioning on, I'm going to leave for a little bit, and I'll come back. I'll just take a little sabbatical. You guys do your thing, and then I'll come back.
Now, it got up to, here's your weather for the news of the day.
Yeah, here we go.
It got up to, 95, 96 degrees yesterday. Did you dip that AC, Mary, down below 78 or 76?
No, 78 feels great if you're outside. If you're outside and it's, the temperature of the surface of Mercury, and you come in a house that's 78 degrees, it feels great.
See, I totally disagree. We're off to a great start already.
78 because you're a soy boy. You are weak. We have established that already.
He's weak.
You do not need to keep establishing that you're a beta, okay?
I am a American beta Justin Trudeau is basically what I am.
You're one step away from white dudes for Harris soon.
I'm going to bring the belly shirt back. I swear 78 outside feels glorious. 78 inside your house feels like a sauna. But you disagree.
That's why I have more money than you.
It doesn't take much to eclipse that.
That's true. It is absolutely true.
How you doing, Gregory?
I'm good. How was your golf game yesterday?
It actually wasn't bad.
Nice.
Just hot as what.
He played at the Trump course yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
Wait, can I just say, it's 78 in the house is too hot for him, but 102 on the golf course is just peachy keen.
I only finished 9 holes. I thought I was going to die in a sand trap somewhere from heat stroke.
But see, so the point is you can do it, you just don't want to.
Mind over matter, Mary. Mind over matter.
But not in the house.
No, in the house,
Okay.
I need to be cool, calm, and comfortable. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today.
Yeah.
Speaking of cool, calm, and comfortable, I don't know that I can remain the following with the big take after what we saw late in the show yesterday when Greg played the clip of a boxing match in the Olympics.
Oh.
Title IX. That became a huge story yesterday. maybe a tipping point.
And we had it first here, by the way.
That is correct.
I would just like to say that. Thank you.
We were all over it before it became national headlines. I got home last night, looked at a few websites, including Fox News. Like 9 of the top 10 headlines on Fox News' website was about what transpired with what basically occurred, the crime, in my opinion, in the Olympics. We'll get to that. We've got more updates with Trump, the Secret Service. It looks like Ronald Rowe perjured himself.
Shocking.
We'll get to that. I mean, who are they trying to cover for right now? It's just basically cover your ass mode, and I just want to know the name of the individual that is clearly being protected here.
The problem is that there's really no penalty for lying to Congress. I know there is.
I know, it's such a facade, isn't
it?
But
there's just not. So
only if you're a Democrat.
Well, it is just it's nauseating because nothing ever comes of it.
Yep. It's like a show. We get triggered.
They perjured themselves, but then nothing happens.
Right. I feel like Tony Fauci has perjured himself a half dozen times. Nothing has happened. We'll get to that. And a ton of Josh Shapiro news today.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, leaks. Is he tipping his hand?
He's the betting favorite. And Mary sent us a story last night that he's canceling events now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Old stories about him coming up from the past.
Yes, I'm sending you actually some right now as we speak. I
Beautiful.
just found some this morning.
All right.
Stuff this morning.
He's hopefully they vetted him.
I thought he was the Democrats' golden child, right?
Well, the problem is that nobody ever does any research on any of this stuff. They're just like, well, we like him.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
And then the receipts come out. Boom.
Yeah, but it doesn't. See that they don't have to vet anybody because it doesn't matter, because the media covers for them and their base just doesn't care. Like, there are people who are annoyed about the coup.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like the way this happened, and we're gonna get to the bottom. We love Joe, but yeah, but you're gonna fall in line and you're gonna vote for the person who took out your guy, and you're gonna fall in line. And if it doesn't matter what comes out about Shapiro, they're gonna fall in line and they're gonna vote for him.
Mary, are you claiming it's a lot easier to be a Democrat in politics when you have the mainstream media and the power of legacy media in your back pocket? Is that what your claim is this morning?
I know it's shocking, and I'm going out on a limb. But yeah,
it's just funny to me that since Kamala Harris announced, it's basically like Joe has been. I mean, it's not basic. It's happening. He's been shown the door, and it's just like, okay, are you still in office?
What is he doing right now?
What's happening?
I know.
Well, last night he was at the he was getting the prisoners back.
That's right.
At 11:45.
He picked them up himself. Yeah. And
was he? I fell asleep. Was he even there?
He was. Yeah. Him and Kamala were there.
Yep.
So that's where he was all day yesterday. He was sleeping. There is actually a silver alert for him going around on X.
If you're watching,
it's hilarious.
If you're watching the YouTube video right now, you can see the footage. It happened at like 11:45 last night.
Yeah.
At Joint Base Andrews in Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Kamala Harris showing up to welcome home Paul Whelan and Gershkovich.
Yes, from the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
By the way, when's the last time Joe was up at 11:44 p.m.? That should be the big story.
Did you notice Kamala has her evening pantsuit on?
Yeah, it's her power suit.
Yeah.
Do you think she's like they're? If you're watching right now, you can see they're like neck and neck. You think she's trying to like nudge him out?
Yeah, she's like, dude, this is my show now. Get the hell out of the way. Go home and watch Matlock.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of good things to get to. Cut sheets coming up 7:45. Sean Farish at 8:30. Buckle up. It's going to be a Friday. But right now, 6:07 on this Friday morning. Let's get to one last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Budget Blinds, the Title IX tipping point. You know, I can only say so much. I can only do so much. But I legitimately wonder, where are all of the women at? Yes, I'm calling out each and every woman, progressive, liberal, moderate, conservative. And look, you have every right to feel however it is that you feel about female reproductive rights and abortion. But what I don't understand for the life of me, with all due respect, is how any female, regardless of political ideology, religious belief, or party affiliation, how you can remain silent on biological men assaulting biological females in athletic competition. And I'm not even talking about a guy beating a lady in a swimming competition, with all due respect to Paula Scanlon and Riley Gaines, or a gymnastics event or another athletic endeavor where the man is not making physical contact with the female. I'm talking specifically about a dude punching a girl in the face and winning a boxing match on the global stage in the Olympics. How do you sit back and remain quiet? The Biden and Harris administration have obliterated Title IX after we had over half a century of progress, 52 years to be exact. And for what? Inclusion? Is this inclusion? Is this the definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Men who are mediocre at best in their biological lane of sports competing against other men, who then are going through what I believe is a mental health crisis, who then invade women's locker rooms, bathrooms, and sports, and then they achieve this bogus glory and greatness. Is that your definition of inclusivity? And what's it going to take for you to wake up? A lady dying? Literally being killed by a man who is biologically bigger, faster, and stronger. Talking specifically about the 2024 Olympics. Hasn't been a great stretch of PR for the Olympics. From the mockery of the Last Supper to now what happened in a boxing ring. Algeria's Ayman Khalif, the Olympic boxer who was born a man, after multiple DNA tests confirmed he was a man, entered the Olympics in Paris and destroyed a female, physically and emotionally, in under a minute. The victim, biological female Angela Carini of Italy. Carini forfeited the fight in approximately 46 seconds after taking multiple blows to the head. Reports are she also might have broken her nose. She broke down in tears, and I think the Olympics should be ashamed. The LGBTQ plus community and the far left should be embarrassed. And to boot, on top of this, yesterday, Thursday, August 1st, 2024, marked the first day of the Biden administration's Title IX rewrite going into effect. And in a nutshell, they claim that sex equals gender identity. 26 of the 50 states have sued to block this nonsense because, well, they have common sense and a moral compass. But as usual, it falls on party lines. Red states fighting back against this absurdity, and blue states like California, Illinois, New York, and even Pennsylvania on board with it. It's not gender identity. It's gender insanity. The match lasted all of 46 seconds. You can see it. It's gone viral everywhere. Here is just one punch and 14 seconds of the male-on-female violence. Listen and watch this.
Solid, straight right hand from Khalif there.
Imagine if that was your daughter on the receiving end of that punch. Heck, imagine being the parent of the biological male delivering that assault. Does that make you a proud parent? Here was Angelina Carini of Italy after the fight, who I think we should all be rallying around. And just a heads up, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to see the captions because she is speaking in Italian. I'll recap for the radio audience what she said after this clip. But really pay attention to the emotion on her face and what she brings up on her smartphone. Listen and watch this.
Una cosa, non so se si sente, lui è mio padre. Io ho fatto l'ultimo chilometro perché un giorno mi sentii stanca. Prima di Tokyo mi sentivo stanca. Dissi babbo, sono stanca, gli allenamenti sono intensi, però io non mollo. Lui mi disse, Angelina babbo, un campione è un po' come quando combatti, è un po' come il ciclismo. Il campione quando vede l'ultimo chilometro lo sai che cosa fa? Pedala ancora di più. Allora tu arriva a quell'ultimo chilometro e pedala, vai fino in fondo perché io sarò sempre con te. E così ho fatto. Fino alla fine ho combattuto con sangue negli occhi perché volevo a tutti i costi questa vittoria, solo per mio.
Carini was crying as she talked about her late father, who has since passed away. Her father told her to keep training hard, pushing herself, and achieve her Olympic goal. And it gets stripped away by gutless leaders. And I say leaders and use leaders in air quotes because they have no backbone. They have no guts to stand up to the fringe minority, lunatic nut jobs out here who get triggered over you not bending the knee to them. Khalif failed 2 sex tests in 2023 and was banned by the International Boxing Association from competing against women. And a lot of notable figures speaking out about this abuse. J.K. Rowling saying, quote, "What will it take to end this insanity? A female boxer left with life-altering injuries?" Jake Paul saying, "This is sickening. This is a travesty. This is wrong and dangerous." And of course, the White House silent on this issue. And of course, Donald Trump not silent on this issue. According to Fox News, both the White House and Kamala Harris's campaign were silent when contacted for comment Thursday morning about whether or not they support biologically male, intersex, or trans athletes competing against biological females at the Olympics. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign speaking up, quote, "President Trump has been unequivocally clear that he will not stand for men competing in women's sports, an insane and unfair reality that has been allowed to transpire because of radical left politicians like Kamala Harris. When he returns to the White House, President Trump will take immediate action to protect women and girls and overturn the Harris-Biden administration's radical rewrite of Title IX," a Trump campaign spokesperson told Fox on Thursday. Carini said the following in addition to what you just heard to the media, saying, quote, "I got into the ring to fight. I didn't give up, but one punch hurt too much. So I said enough. I'm going out with my head held high." And she should. She stepped into the ring against a biological male. Riley Gaines, who has kind of spearheaded this movement, wrote the 4 biggest takeaways to the obliteration of Title IX, which include the fact that men can take scholarship money away from women, the fact that women's safety and privacy is in jeopardy, now compelled speech on pronouns, which is a forced and used tactic to prevent hate speech under the Biden administration, and the erosion of due process in sexual assault cases. In conclusion, it's completely unacceptable, and it's absolute madness. And 99.9% of people know that this is wrong. But many won't speak up in fear of being labeled something that they are in all likelihood not. And in my opinion, that makes you complicit, because silence is not the way to go about this. And in my opinion, that makes you gutless, that makes you spineless, and that makes you a coward. And again, imagine if that was your daughter being punched in the face by a guy. So I want to know where all the left-wing sports media members are that always rush to social media to give their social commentary and go outside of their lane, who will remain hush on this issue. Because after all, it is your lane. It's sports, right? Or are we just going to wait until somebody dies? Because then it'll be too little and too late. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer is a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutter, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. It's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe button. We'll get Mary's thoughts on the other side, as well as where does Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro stand on men in women's sports? We'll go back and look at the receipts over the years of Mr. Shapiro on this, what I believe is a very pertinent issue. Back after this Friday morning, Kayal and Company, Nick, Mary, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Stocker's got the jukebox fired up on a Friday, baby. Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Greg Stocker. You can just see it. It's like 10:45 on a Friday night. Stocker putting some money in the jukebox. A little watering hole in Bucks County. Bringing the crowd to life.
Not to steal Phil's thunder, but this album, Night Songs by Cinderella, came out on this day in 1986, I believe.
Oh.
But I'll let him talk about it at 9:50.
There you go.
There we go.
We'll let Phil take us into the weekend.
Philadelphia's Northeast Zone, Cinderella.
There you go.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. Mary Walter, I want to get your opinion. I know we talked a little bit about this as we got to this yesterday. I think this was in part 2 of the cut sheet, but we can certainly kick this around a little bit more this morning. And then I've got some of Josh Shapiro's comments over the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, obviously, you're a female. Do you have any theories as to why?
How dare you assume my gender?
Never make an assumption, they say, Mary. Why do you think most females are hush-hush on this?
Because this is what happens. It always happens, and it is fun to sit back and watch. But the pyramid of victimhood, not everybody can be at the top, right? It's a constant battle. And this happens on the left all the time. The people who are oppressed eventually become the oppressors.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened with women's rights. You know, women fought for the vote. They fought for equality, which I'm down with that struggle. That's great. Women should be allowed to have their own. Like my mom's credit card, her name was in my father's name as Mrs. Right, with my father's name, she couldn't have her own credit card.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so we've come a long way, baby. But then it goes further. They always have to go further. And the people who fought for women's rights, for equal rights, are pushed out of the way. And there's like someone else who goes, all right, now that you've done the hard work, let me take this, sister. And this time around, it's a dude in a dress.
Right.
It's like the struggle for gay and lesbian rights, being able to marry, the right to marry. That's great, and they should have that right. Why not? Maybe you can't get married in a church if they don't do that, but you should have the right to go down and get married at town hall if that's what makes you happy. Mm-hmm. God bless you. I don't care. It doesn't change my world. They fought for that. They've been pushed out of the way now for a guy who wants to punch a woman in the face in the name of boxing because he identifies as a woman.
Right.
So this happens with every movement. You see it with the black community. They go in every 4 years. They tell them they're going to change everything. They get their votes, and what do? Push them out of the way once they got the votes, and they don't come back anymore. They don't use them. They only use them once every 4 years. So there's a pattern, and apparently it takes people generations to pick up on it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's well said. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Ted here. He's in Swarthmore, and he's got daughters, and he's got thoughts on this story. Ted, good morning. You're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, Nick and company. Hey, Nick, you got my blood pressure up today, and I mean, that's not good.
Yeah.
Like you said, I have 3 daughters who went to college, played sports, athletes as well, all the way through college. I have 2 granddaughters. If I go on a field and there's a guy going to punch my daughter or granddaughter in the face, they're going to have a problem with me. Right. I'm going to go right on I don't care. Here's the thing. God created man and woman. That's it. 2 genders. There ain't but 2 genders. Now, in this country, you're allowed to identify as anything you want. But that doesn't mean I have to say, that's okay. I don't have to acknowledge you that way. You can identify as a fire hydrant. And if you do, call me. I'm going to bring my dog to visit you.
And lift his leg.
I'm just saying, he wants to visit the fire hydrant, the new fire hydrant on the block.
Ted,
there you go.
I totally get it, and I get frustrated with it because, and I thank you for the call, Ted, my girls are competitive dancers, and they compete in a variety of states from Tennessee to Alabama to Georgia to North Carolina. Now they're up here in Pennsylvania, and they'll be doing the same thing in this geographic region of the country. And I have no problem when I see it, because there was, I think, 2 boys on my daughter's competitive group dance team where they do the big production dance with like 25 of the team members. And I have no problem with that. And honestly, I don't have much of a problem with my girls in solo competitions. If there's 10 competitors in my daughter's division and one happens to be a boy and he's really good, that's fine, because, yeah, they might have an inherent advantage in many sports. but I'm not sure dance-wise that boys have some decisive advantage over girls. Now, if the guy finishes in first and my daughter finishes in second, will I roll my eyes a little bit? Perhaps. But it's so different, Mary, when we're talking about contact sports. Like, could you imagine if there was a legitimate women's football league? And I'm not talking about these little cast-off leagues like the lingerie football league. And all of a sudden a dude started playing in that league, wearing the equipment and the helmet and destroying females physically on the field. Like, that, to me, that's abuse. And I'm blown away by the fact that people under this mantra of inclusivity, they're quiet on the biological assault that is occurring in the name of inclusion. That's, to me, where the hypocrisy comes into play.
Yeah, but you have to understand, when the government is your religion, and that's what's happened here. You know, as countries become more left, they become more atheist. You see the rate of people who consider themselves religious decline. Or look what happens in like the Soviet Union or in North Korea or in China. What do? They wipe out religion because the government has to be the higher power, right? The government has to be the source of all good things. That's where it comes from. So, because humans have a need to have a higher power, whether back in the day, they were worshiping the sun or whatever it happened to be. It goes back through time. That's apparently an inherent need in us. So they go to the government. So when you can't argue religion with someone. Every religion has contradictions in it, and you're like, yeah, I know, but that's just the way it goes because that's just the way you were raised. That's your religion. So it's the same thing for them. Yeah. The thing is don't you dare lecture me about how can you vote for Donald Trump when he doesn't protect women and girls, because that argument's now dead. Mm-hmm. Because Kamala Harris hasn't said boo about what happened. Neither did Joe Biden. Not that anyone apparently expects Joe Biden to. Apparently Joe Biden's going to be like Gold Bar Bob, and he's just going to keep collecting the money until they finally throw him out.
Yeah, you made a really good point there with the fact that the Harris administration is quiet on this. And I think I said this, or maybe I had the thought, maybe I didn't actually say it. But if I'm the Trump administration, and I know Trump has come out and spoke out against it,
yes,
not as adamantly and not making it as much of a part of his package, so to speak, as Ron DeSantis was. And I think we have to keep in mind, and I'm fair and objective with this, in 2021, I think Republicans cashed in and capitalized a lot on the culture wars. They tried to run the same playbook back in 2022 and didn't have the same success in elections, especially here in Pennsylvania, in Bucks County at like a school board level, and Democrats were victorious. So, maybe that steam has kind of worn off a little bit. But if I'm Trump and I'm Vance, this is where I'm coming out and holding rallies with Save Women's Sports and really saying, you know what, and they're not going to say this publicly, but behind closed doors, if you're the Trump advisors, you're saying, okay, look, we have an issue with females, right? Roe v. Wade hasn't worked out for us election-wise in 2 years, but maybe we can kind of mitigate some of the damage and get some people back if we actually make this Title IX protection a bigger part of our agenda. Do you think that conversation is being had today?
Well, what did I tell you yesterday? That today you and I were going to agree, and Greg's on the outs.
There we go. I am on the outs.
You're the villain, Gregory.
It's fine. It's good. I'm better. I'm better as a villain.
Yeah, you're a good heel.
Yeah,
you're not a good guy.
I'm not a good guy. No.
He embraces it.
I do.
No, I agree 100%. This is such an opening for the Trump campaign. This was handed to them. Take it and run with it. We protect women, because all those suburban moms who aren't voting for Trump because I want my daughter to be able to abort every pregnancy she possibly has. They also take their kids to soccer practice, to cheerleading, to whatever it happens to be. And this will ring. This is something that I think they saw, they didn't like, and they look at their daughter, and there's maybe sports now that their daughters aren't going to get into. Your daughter can play field hockey, but there can be a dude on the team now too.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Lacrosse, and she's going to get whacked in the head with a ball that's just been thrown by a guy from the other end of the field. Mm-hmm. And we talked about it yesterday. That volleyball player who got hit in the face by that spiked ball is now partially paralyzed with a brain injury.
Yeah, that's unbelievably tragic. And
no one's talking about it.
No.
She got zero play in the press, nothing. It was like, well, here, put some ice on it, honey. You'll be fine.
I mean, it took almost 8 hours yesterday. I don't think ESPN actually had it up on their main webpage, on their top headline headline scroll until 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was buried as like the 6th headline on their main page. It was almost like they were kind of forced to acknowledge it.
Right.
And I think that goes back to what you talk about, the pyramid of victimization, is they don't know how to handle this because, you have a lot of, and everybody should be pro-female rights, but you have a lot of left-wing outlets that are sitting there and say, well, do we defend the female? But then we're going against somebody that's in the trans community. And they sit there and they do this juggling act of who is the more trendy, oppressed group of society today. And they don't want to offend somebody because somebody's going to be on the other side saying, well, what about us? And they don't want to touch that.
Exactly. That's exactly what happens. But what is fascinating to me is the lack of critical thinking that happens from people on the left. They're just like, oh yeah, well, they just swallow the reasoning, hook, line, and sinker. It's okay for them because again, because it's our guy. Like they're team players. I have to give them that. They're definitely team players. I would love to see how ridiculous the Democrats could get with their nominees for president, just to see how far these people will go. Yeah. But yeah, they're okay with all of this because you know what? The hostages are back, and that's it.
Yep.
That overrides all of this now.
Speaking of nominees, is Josh Shapiro going to be the nominee for vice president for Kamala Harris? Where does he stand on this issue? Josh Shapiro called a bill that would have prevented biological men in women's sports as cruel. Shapiro tweeting this a while back saying this bill is nothing more than cruel, designed to discriminate against transgender youth who just want to play sports like their peers. Josh Shapiro also in 2021, as he was running for office, tweeted the following, saying that if this bill reaches his desk, he will veto the discriminatory bill immediately. That was a tweet from Shapiro on April 26th of 2021 in response to a CBS News article where Pennsylvania lawmakers were pushing this bill banning transgender athletes from women's sports. So you kind of know where Shapiro stands on this. You know where Kamala Harris and Joe Biden stand on this. And just to kind of bring it home here and wrap this conversation up, this is another reason why I thought Trump selecting a female vice president would have mattered. I thought a female on the abortion issue would have helped the Trump campaign, and I also think a female when it comes to Title IX would help as well. I'm sure J.D. Vance is going to have comments on this story as we get closer and we have VP debates and things like that. But this is where, whether it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, I know nobody likes Nikki Haley, but any female that you wanted to insert for vice president, I thought could have delivered a really good message on Title IX.
Yeah, this is where we're going to disagree.
Okay. Mark the tape, 636, first disagreement.
It didn't take long. No, Republicans don't do identity politics. I like Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I think she would be great, but she's just become the governor of Arkansas, so I don't think she wanted to leave that. It doesn't matter. Do you remember what they did to Sarah Palin? She was competent. She was good as the governor. She was fantastic. She's a woman, yes, but she's the wrong type of woman. She's she's on the wrong side. So they would have just destroyed her. I don't think it would have helped change the message at all.
Okay. 855-839-1210 if you would like to climb in. We've got to get to some Donald Trump updates on the other side when it pertains to the Secret Service. Another whistleblower with a stunning claim. I'll tell you what, I don't know what Josh Hawley's making. Is it $174,000 a year? Whatever it is, he's putting in a lot of work and getting a lot of access and sources to reach out to the level of failure from the Secret Service. We gave you the video update yesterday. Wait till you hear what this whistleblower claims happened in the buildup for months and months and months prior to July 13th in Butler, PA. We'll come in back and we'll delve into that on the other side and a couple of other Trump tidbits as well. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. Kayal and Company on a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Greg Stocker, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, he wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com and step up to the 5th C, COZZI.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit NJDiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, happy Friday to all of you. Hopefully you having a great start to your day, or perhaps ending your day and heading home from the overnight shift. Maybe starting your weekend a little early. Nick, Mary, Greg, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish coming up in his normal Friday 8:30 spot. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. All sorts of good stuff. And we have a lot with Josh Shapiro and Kamala Harris that we will get to in the 7 o'clock hour on leaks, on maybe the tipping of his hand, and also some of the background and the history of Josh Shapiro continues to come out day by day. But we'll wrap the 6 o'clock hour here with the latest update with Donald Trump and what transpired July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, and for the days, weeks, and even months now leading up to this, as Republican Senator Josh Hawley has more information from a whistleblower after they make another stunning claim about the director of the Secret Service who replaced Kimberly Cheadle, and says that agents warned of problems for months prior to Donald Trump and the assassination attempt. The latest allegation comes from an anonymous whistleblower who contends that the Secret Service's Counter-Surveillance Division, the CSD, the unit that is tasked with evaluating event sites in advance before the event giver, so to speak, and this would be Donald Trump, was not present at the deadly rally. And this person, Mary, never performed a typical evaluation before the event. The anonymous whistleblower's complaint is one of several filed to Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley in recent weeks. And if you recall, we had Ronald Rowe, who is filling in now, so to speak, for Kimberly Cheadle after her resignation, and he was much more adamant, much more defiant on Capitol Hill, and I believe he has perjured himself because he basically, and I'm paraphrasing, saying he had everything buttoned up. They did all the typical protocol, and now we are finding out that they didn't even do their proper due diligence in the days and weeks leading up to this. And I said this, and everybody that's been on this show has said it. If you and me and Greg, if we would have scouted this area, it would have taken 19 minutes to figure out, okay, the garage, the roof, the water tower, this, that, and the other thing. This, I cannot believe that this is incompetence. This is, I believe, an orchestrated attempt to kill Donald Trump. They failed, thank God, and we're like 99% of the way there of finding out what exactly happened. I just need to know more about this shooter and what is on that encrypted phone. Other than that, I am of the belief this was an orchestrated attempt to kill him.
Well, I don't think you're alone in that belief, right? I think a lot of people feel that way because we're supposed to believe they're either incompetent or complicit. Those are your two options. Either they knew or they didn't know. But we've been told for, a year now? People have been blowing the whistle, if you will. People have been saying, excuse me, but there's a threat to Donald Trump, and the call's coming from within the House. But we also know, remember, that Iran has put out a hit on Donald Trump, right? So this may not be, and who knows, just going to maybe throw a little shade on all of this, ask some questions. This may not be the inside job that we think it is. Maybe we find out from that encrypted phone that there was communications with Iran. Now, does that mean that our government wasn't involved in that? Maybe not. Probably not, because of all the questions that surround the incompetence of what happened at this rally. You know, the left is very good at being incompetent. They're like, oh, sorry, didn't know, well, my bad. You know, Hillary, like, wipe it with a cloth. What are you talking about? You know, it's just a coincidence that everyone on the Mueller's team phones, they all forgot their passwords and they all tried to log into their iPhones 10 times and just wiped them out. You know, we didn't know. Sorry. So this is a common theme that has been going through our government probably for, at least publicly, for 10 years and probably behind the scenes for a lot longer. And I think we're just at the point in the game in the decline of this country and what happens in countries all over the world. You see it everywhere where they're so confident in the coup that they don't care if we see it now.
So let's take it a step further, kind of get conspiratorial game here.
Wait, we're not there yet?
Oh, we have to be there now. You mentioned Iran. So, okay, maybe Iran does want Donald Trump dead based on who he had killed when Trump was in office. But is this where our government then uses Iran as the scapegoat in an agenda to get into global conflict and a war with Iran? Because, you know, the warmongers in Washington, D.C., the Lindsey Grahams of the world, the left, the right, anybody that's pro-war, all about lining the pockets of the military-industrial complex. Do you use this as an excuse to go to war with Iran and make it seem like from a PR standpoint, oh, we're standing up for Donald Trump, even though we might not like Trump, nobody should try to attempt to take his life. Could you see that being the agenda here? Because I certainly could.
I think there's a lot of possibilities, right? So you have to talk about all of them. I just don't see the deep state wanting global war, possibly, and everybody talks about it all the time. It's overused, but World War III that starts in the Middle East and expands from there. I don't think you want that happening under the Democrats, right? Like you want that to happen under Trump. So maybe they tipped the first domino thinking that Trump was going to be elected because Joe Biden was a vegetable. So they said, okay, Trump's coming in. How are we going to sabotage him this time? Here we go. Yeah. This is what we're going to do. And we can, finally end any kind of opposition right here and now. This will be, and if people got to die for it, oh well, because they just want to, keep their power.
Right.
So I do think that that's an option on the table. And listen, you add into that, you really want to go down the rabbit hole. What about all these people who have been coming across our border from China who are military-age men?
Oh, but I thought they were South American families seeking refuge for their children. Yeah, funny, I don't see any children these days. All I see is military-age men ready to go to battle.
Yeah, and we let the two guys, what were they, the Palestinian refugees, I'm using the term loosely, who came across the border, snuck across, and they just happened to meet up within a month, and they came over at different times in different places, and they just happened to meet up within a month and try to get into Quantico, and we let them go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, we released them back into the country with a promise to show up for their immigration hearing, because that's the crime.
Yep. Let me give you just a couple of more details from this whistleblower that gave all this information to Josh Hawley, the Republican from Missouri. They go on to say that Roe, obviously the one who is now in the shoes of the now defunct Kimberly Cheadle, so to speak, Roe personally directed significant cuts to the CSD. The new boss was also personally responsible for slashing the counter-surveillance team manpower by 20%. The whistleblower also alleges that retaliation against those within the Secret Service who expressed concerns about the security at Trump's events would be dealt with accordingly. Further, Secret Service personnel expressed alarm that individuals were admitted to Trump events without vetting and then were later retaliated against. Hawley is demanding that Roe fork over all of the information about the Secret Service's Butler rally plan and some of the work with the communications team by August 8th, which is now actually a day earlier because I believe Rand Paul had set the deadline at August 9th. So that would be, if my calendar is correct, by next Thursday. And I still don't think we'll hear anything.
I agree with all of this. Like, I want to get to the bottom of this, but we're never going to.
Thank you.
That's the problem, is that it's just, it's, you know, how many years later is it since the Kennedy assassination, and we still, you know, don't have any answers? I mean, we know what happened, but, you know, there's no real definitive proof. We're never going to find this out because they don't want us to. So it's just, they're going to slow walk this. They're going to do all these hearings. It's gonna be a big dog and pony show, and then it's gonna get swept under the rug for something else.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because we've already memory holed the assassination attempt. It's like, oh, that's so July 13th. You know what I mean? Like, move on to something else. What have you got for me lately?
To your point, we got to it at 6:45 today. This was not the lead story today, right?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Because we as humans have such a short attention span on everything, and social media is to blame for it.
Yeah.
Because whatever the next controversy is, and yes, the Olympic thing is a big story and all that stuff. I get it, but it's just the next thing we're going to be outraged about, and we just completely not forget, but like we put on the back burner everything else.
Sure.
So do you think they try again?
Between now and November 5th?
Yeah.
I absolutely see that. Absolutely, no doubt. I mean, they've already said the next 30 days.
I disagree. I mean, like there's no shot that it happens, or they try and do it again. There's no shot.
You're going to rule it out. Okay.
Yeah. Part of me thinks that part of me agrees with Greg, but the other part of me realizes that we're, as I said earlier, we're at the point in the power grab, in the coup, that they don't care if we see what they're doing.
Yeah, fair. But let me ask you this question. I mean, because Greg and I were not alive, and some of our audience was. But let's go back to when JFK was assassinated. For those that can recall that day, and I get it, it's a totally different time with media and technology and the dissemination of information. I mean, we're now, 19, 20 days since Trump being shot. Do we know more in 3 weeks about this event than what transpired in the first 3 weeks after JFK was killed? So to the point of we're never going to get there 60 years later?
We do, because of social media.
Okay.
I mean, think about what we had. Think about what we had during the Zapruder film and people that were there. That's it. There was nothing else. And the Zapruder film was like, you had to take it frame by frame by frame by frame by frame. Like, that's all we had to go on with this. Now, everybody had a phone there.
Yeah.
So you're getting all the social media people, who are scrubbing their phones now to see if they panned around to the crowd, if they saw anything. That everybody has. So we have all of this evidence that this guy was in plain sight. Why didn't the Secret Service? We didn't have any of that in 1963.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. If you guys have thoughts, you want to jump in, you know how to do it. 855-839-1210, the number on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can fire away in the chat on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit all the buttons because Stocker likes to trick the algorithms.
That's right.
He's an official algorithm tricker.
That's right. If you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT, please hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, everybody watching, stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Stop typing and hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like button. Also, please hit the subscribe button on today's show because we want to. Yesterday we got taken down again. I don't know what song it was. One of the songs we play is.
Yeah. Greg, are you that guy, because you're telling everybody to hit the buttons, are you the guy who gets in the elevator and hits every button just to piss the person off who gets in behind you?
I would do that.
Are you the guy that hits the floor you want to go on and then can't wait 2 seconds for the door to close, so you hit the close door button as well?
Well, I do that because then it invites more people to come in on the elevator, and I don't want that. So I'm just like, come on, before the next person can come on and breathe their disgustingness on me.
I'm with you on that one. Yeah. I'm afraid now like a bus is gonna let off. I'm gonna be jammed in the back of this elevator, and you're breathing my air, and
and then you have to sit there and make small talk or look around, or everybody just looks down at their phone. Because we as humans can't be social anymore. Not that I want to be social,
right?
But
well, at 10 o'clock I get off the air. I don't want to be social to anybody. I go into a cocoon for a couple of hours.
Or play golf.
Or play golf.
Play golf.
You never said what you shot yesterday.
We only played 9. I shot 47, which, typically I can shoot 42, 43 on each 9.
Yep.
So, for not playing for 4 weeks, for not warming up, because David Gelman gets there late all the time and never can get us down to the range on time to warm up and hit some balls. And after having a couple of drinks in the clubhouse before going out and playing, 47's not bad. Yeah. I need to talk to Gelman on about his tardiness.
Help me understand this.
Let me understand how you're always late, sir, even though you're paying for my round.
I like that you haven't played for weeks, so you waited for the hottest day of the year so far to do it.
I know. And I was right on pace to shoot a 95, which would have been the temperature yesterday if we would have made it to 18, but we called it quits after 9 holes.
When are you playing at the Bluebell Country Club?
August 17th with one of Zioli's boys.
Who's that?
Joe Snow. It rhymes. How about that?
Gotcha.
Yeah, he came down to the bike ride in Atlantic City, remember?
Yes, I
he drove down, said hello, saw us at the tent.
Nick's living the life, man. Like he gets off the air at 10 o'clock.
I know.
He's golfing.
Goes to Yankee games at noon.
Yeah, it's amazing because when I used to do a morning show in my past life, I would come back to my apartment, have something to eat, take a little nap, and then I started a show prep.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210.
See, this is the type of stuff that we don't get every day. People calling you out, Nick Kayal.
Well, we like that. I'm all for it. I've got thick skin.
Don't have a couple of drinks either during the week.
Mostly because of my diet that my skin gets a little thick, but that's a different problem for a different day. All right, so we know the left, they are going to run on abortion, threats to democracy, and they're also trying to get you concerned about Project 2025. The Trump administration once again denouncing it. Will they stop? Probably not, but we'll get into that when we come back. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is next.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, fantasy football owners. The road to winning your fantasy football championship starts now. I'm Matt Harmon from Reception Perception. Join me and James Coe as we take a deep dive into the position that's going to make or break your fantasy roster. Wide receivers. We analyze route running, target share, and all the metrics that matter, giving you the insights you need to draft the best wide receivers. As you prep for your draft, let us give you the coverage you need. Follow and listen to Reception Perception on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited.
The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby!
joeconklin.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
On the phone, I've been sleeping all alone. I won't kiss you.
o'clock. Hour number 2 underway here on a Friday morning. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Henry Machette. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. We're going to get to more of Josh Shapiro, Kamala Harris coming up before we get to the cut sheet. Sean Farish at 8:30. All the good nonsense in the 9 o'clock hour. Our morning mystery movie clip. Today in music history, as we try to give you all the pertinent things that matter with some entertainment along the way. Some really good takes. Occasionally a bad take or two as well. A couple of laughs. By the way, Mary, great shirt this morning. As
thank you.
You would have fit in perfectly yesterday at the golf course as we were at Trump, Philadelphia. But I like that. Vote for the felon. Sean calls himself the outlaw president.
I like that.
You like that?
I do.
All
I
right.
do. Yeah. I got this. My husband and I got these after the assassination attempt.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Let me
just for you guys, I wore it today. Just for you. Sorry, not to interrupt you.
No,
My bad, sorry.
by all means. The shirt, but trust me, the audience probably cares more about what you have to say and what your shirt says than what I'm about to get into, because this is so annoying. I got to tell you. I mean, like, I understand what the Democrats are trying to do, and honestly, and I've said this in the past, in the last couple of weeks since Kamala Harris has been installed, nothing is changing. You've just replaced the old white guy with the younger African-American female, right? Indian, Jamaican, Asian, anything else that she wants to identify as. The policy failures, they don't go away. Her left-wing views for the last 5 years on every stance, you know, Axios and these other sites can try to scrub it, but we've got the receipts. Those don't go away. And we know what their campaign is based on. They've got one legitimate policy thing as far as abortion goes. They're going to run on threats to democracy, dictator on day one, Trump's a racist, identity politics, and the fear-mongering, the newest little shiny object is Project 2025. And, we've talked about this a few times. I think this came out, Greg, when you were on vacation, and Dawn and I broke it down. And I actually have two things here right in front of me. I actually have the 2024, if you're watching on YouTube, the GOP platform, Make America Great Again, which consists of Donald Trump's 20-point agenda for his platform and what he's running on, whether that's border, whether it's the economy, blah, 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 all of his stances. And then I have the Project 2025 outline in front of me, and they actually created a myth versus fact breakdown about Project 2025, what is actually true with their agenda, which again is not directly connected to Donald Trump, even though there's some people that work in that organization that have loose affiliations to Trump, and what is actually a myth and what is a fact. But Donald Trump and his administration yesterday again had to come out and denounce Project 2025, and they said the following, Mary. President Trump's campaign has been very clear for over a year that Project 2025 had nothing to do with the campaign, did not speak for the campaign, and should not be associated with the campaign or the president in any way. That was from Chris LaCavita, the campaign senior advisor. Reports of Project 2025's demise would be greatly welcomed and should serve as notice to anyone or any group trying to misrepresent their influence with President Trump and his campaign. It will not end well for you, end quote. Now, I don't think that's going to stop the Harris administration and what's left of the Biden first term from peddling this stuff, but I don't know how much more clear they can make it that they are in no way, shape, or form affiliated with Project 2025, other than the fact that Project 2025 has come out and said, we hope that Donald Trump will look at some of our policies and implement them where he deems fit. But here we are, and again, it's more fear porn. It's not dismantling Trump's policies that we all lived through from 2017 through 2021, but it's more of, oh, by the way, if he gets in, he's going to do this. It's more of the, hey, we can't allow this guy to get in because the whole world's going to explode, as if we didn't live through it the first time, and we know what his campaign and his administration is about. I'm not sure how people fall for this all the time.
Well, because think about it. Trump's a bad man, and here's why. He's going to do this and he's going to do that. Fear mongering is easy because you don't have to know a lot about policies, right? And we talked about this yesterday. Yeah. Being informed is work. Back in the day, your parents, your grandparents would just turn on the TV and they could watch any ABC, NBC, CBS. They had their favorite anchor, and that man was trusted to sit there and just give you news, no opinion. And that's what happened. And so you could get it in half an hour, and you knew the big stories. And they weren't spun. They were just who, what, when, why, where. Like we learned in journalism school. Who, what, when, why, where.
Yeah, the 5
that's
W's,
what it was.
Right? Yep.
So now, though, they got smart, and they started to blur the line between opinion and news. Mm-hmm. And so when you do that, it's very easy because people go, well, no, I heard it on the news, so I think it's news, right? So it must be true. Well, that's not the way it is anymore. And it's easy to understand he's a bad person. Did you know he's a Nazi? No, his daughter and grandchildren are Jewish. He's a Nazi. That's easy to understand doing the research to find out or going online because the people who you trust aren't telling you the right thing. Mm-hmm. But when they're telling you he's a Nazi and that's what you feel because that's what you heard and all your friends feel that, the confirmation bias just, I think, ingrains it all because they never get out of their information bubble.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And, for those that for some reason can't seem to connect all the dots, I mean, the reality is this. Donald Trump used to be a mainstream media darling. He used to be a Democrat. And when you look at his policies and you compare him to some Republican politicians, like Ron DeSantis, for example, I mean, if you stack up Trump versus DeSantis is far more conservative than Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump's got a lot of moderate elements to him. It's an American first agenda. I honestly think Trump's more of a populist than anything, yet they try to portray Project 2025, which is very conservative, and that's not a bad thing, and lump that in with Trump. But yet when you try to compare the two side by side, you'll see that Donald Trump is further center than a lot of what Project 2025 projects onto the average political consumer that might not know much about conservative beliefs or policies. I'll never forget this during the pandemic. This had to be this was definitely 2021. And CNN was sending some of their reporters around the country about the COVID shot. And they went to an Oklahoma diner. And this is always going to be stuck in my mind because my sister married a man from Oklahoma, super conservative, big Trump supporter, hates rhinos, the whole bit, right? And they're in this diner in Oklahoma. And this is after Trump publicly said, the COVID shot's a good shot. I think it's effective. You should get it. Don't ridicule it, blah, blah, blah. And they asked a bunch of men in their 50s in a diner in Oklahoma. So, I mean, you know where I'm going here. Yeah. And this guy looks at the guy from CNN, or it might have been a girl from CNN, and he goes, Donald Trump, and he's a Trump voter. He goes, man, Donald Trump's a New York liberal. Like, when you know you are super, super conservative, even though you voted for Trump, and you say, he's a New York liberal. And that was a big takeaway. And that's where I was always like, man, Donald Trump is not super, super right wing. It's common sense. It's America first. And people get thrown off course, so to speak, because he's so bombastic and the way he delivers the message, he appears to be more radical based on the optics of the way he speaks and gets going at rallies versus really what he is.
Yeah. I mean, he used to be a Democrat, but I think that people are like, well, how he used to be a Democrat. I think the parties have changed. Oh. JFK would have been, if he were alive today, would have been a Republican. He wouldn't have been a Democrat. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump, being in New York, everybody's a Democrat, and people are like, oh, he's donated to Kamala Harris. Is something I think he donated to Kamala Harris. I'm like, yeah, business people have to play both sides of the fence at all times. Yeah. Right? They have to. Yep. So just because somebody, and if it's a small amount, let's go back to the shooting, right? Let's go to the assassination attempt. The kid donated like $15 to Act Blue. Yeah. Okay, fine. Right. It's $15. Mm-hmm. It's a kid. I hate to tell you, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. Okay. All right. Right. So Donald Trump he's going to, I love that he angers, when someone angers people on both sides, that tells me that they're not an ideologue, and that tells me that they have a certain set of convictions by which they're going to stand. And you don't agree with you can't agree with everything a politician does. It's just impossible. You can't make everybody happy. Mm-hmm. So the fact that Donald Trump ticks off some Republicans, okay, great. That's great. To me, that says he's more concerned about doing what's right as opposed to doing what's going to get him reelected. Yeah, it's a good point. And I think he's been smart on a couple of things, and I don't think we got into this yesterday, and if we did, I don't think we gave it its proper due. We've certainly talked about Trump and what he wants to do in Nevada, and especially in any line of work where you're a service worker in the service industry and you make the bulk of your money on tips, saying he would not tax tips if he gets elected president. I think that goes over great in Nevada. Obviously, Las Vegas thrives on tips. And also anybody that around the country, whether you're an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, you have a side hustle, whatever. But also Donald Trump calling for the elimination of taxes on social security. Trump tweeting, or I should say posting on Truth Social in all capital letters, as he always does. He's got to turn the caps lock off, by the way. Oh, that drives me. Thank you. That and Donald Trump and every sales team in every radio station in the world writes ad copy in all capitals. Yes. And Donald Trump. Those are the two, and it drives me insane.
They want you to make sure that you're yelling when you're reading that copy.
I don't know. So take the caps lock off of every salesperson's computer. But anyway, go ahead.
Guilty as charged. I type up my big take in all capital letters.
Yeah, it's that's right. You do. That's hideous. Probably why I don't read them. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't read the stuff I send out some days. So you're part for the course on that one. You fit right in. But I'll tell you what I'm also guilty of, and I have no problem ripping myself here. I write in all caps a lot as well. I don't. We're going to get totally sidetracked here. When's the last time you wrote in cursive? I don't think I can write in cursive anymore.
I write in cursive all the time. It's quicker.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I haven't written in cursive in 15 years, probably.
It's so much faster.
When you sign your name?
Other than my signature, but I just do NK. It's like a little scribble. It's like the doctor's signature. You don't even know what it is, right? It's just like that. Have not written anything in cursive writing in years.
When's the last time you wrote a letter?
A letter? 1999.
Okay.
I write thank you notes.
So do I. Absolutely.
But I don't use cursive. We might need a poll question. Does anybody use cursive anymore? I feel like cursive is for the baby boomer generation. I don't think Gen Xers, millennials, and Gen Z. I don't even know. Do they still teach cursive in today's schools?
No, they don't. But see, this, and that's bad because you can't read a lot of documents. Now you got to depend on someone else to tell you what they say.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is a problem. But on the upside, when it all goes sideways, the older generation is going to survive because they're going to write their plans out in cursive.
Agreed.
And they're going to use analog clocks because there won't be any electricity, so the young people can't tell time.
Yes.
So they always mock the oldsters. They mock the baby boomers,
Uh-huh.
and the what's the generation after baby boomers, whatever they are. They always mock them,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm like, they know how to change a tire too. So you guys are screwed.
Well, so the millennial, not Gen X, but millennials and Gen Z would counter that by saying, "But we can type faster than you, like on our phones."
Not true. We had typing in school.
Not that kind of typing. I mean, like
They can text on a keyboard with their thumbs faster.
thumbing a
but
text
if there's
out.
no electricity, how you going to text?
Oh, I don't
If
disagree with you. I'm
Yeah.
just telling you what the counter argument would be, because you see the
It's
boomers
maybe-
and the Gen X with with their one hand up and their one
Yeah.
index finger.
Oh,
You know what I
dude,
mean?
My mother-in-law, she's got the font on her iPhone at like 30.
Yep.
I can send her a 5-word sentence in a text. It looks like it's 8 pages long. And she's sitting there poking with her left index finger, her right index finger.
But she's using it. God bless her. Think of the technology. Boy, are we on a tangent.
I know.
That is going to be around
Yeah.
when we're that age, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about the technology that's going to be there, or all the kids now who are mocking all the old people because they don't know how to use their phone. And my father calls his phone his handheld computer, and my brother's like, "No, it's a phone too," right?
Yeah.
But when we're that age, think of the technology that's going to be there, and then we're going to be in those shoes. So
Sure.
I think having a little bit of grace with people who are older. My bestie Rhoda, who just turned 93 years old.
Wow.
I taught her how to text.
Oh, did
so
you?
she texts me now, which
Yeah.
is great.
Does she FaceTime you?
No. We don't. No. No.
But here's the
getting
problem
her to
with this,
text
though.
was a big step, and so it's perfect.
I've said for years that the smartphone has made us stupid, and I think the perfect example
Agree.
of this is nowadays with autocorrect and text. And by the way, my one daughter, Mia, she doesn't even text anymore. She uses the voice command, so she'll speak into the phone and it will deliver the text perfectly. But then if you ask her to write and do text, and she's going into 5th grade, and she's a good student, but I feel like a lot of these kids, they don't know grammar anymore. They don't know proper punctuation because they're either auto-corrected with the text or they use the voice to text. So when they're asked to write or type, there's just errors everywhere. I have no idea how they're going to get out of 5th grade.
Well, they don't need to. Everything's on their phone. What do I need to learn? Why do I need to learn anything? Everything's on my phone. I'll just look it up.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Greg.
No,
I'm sorry.
You know what's funny is that there's one of our digital people here is an amazing woman, and I don't know how old she is, nor would I ask, but I'm guessing she's probably late millennial, Gen Z.
Okay.
And she was teaching me a new programming thing,
boy.
like a new program thing on the computer, and I'm sitting there on the computer and I'm typing, and she goes, "Can I just do it? Because I'm just gonna do it faster." And she's just,
So you had no idea how to do it?
I'm such the old guy.
You were
here.
John Kennedy.
It was unbelievable. I'm such the old guy here. I'm like, can you just do this for me, youngster? Because I can't do it. Just yeah.
Unbelievable.
But to Nick's point that cell phones are making us dumber,
Yeah.
there's a school in Missouri, in Jackson County, and they banned cell phones in classrooms in the high school.
Yep.
And they found there was a significant increase in student engagement, a marked decrease in bad behavior.
Shocking.
I know. They said no cell phones means the engagement is up and drama is down. And the kids like it. The kids, the staff, the parents, everybody's super happy about it.
You could run for school board supervisor on that message right there. Engagement up, drama down.
Yeah.
Virginia, I think Glenn Youngkin just banned smartphones in all public schools across the state.
Yeah, we have this.
Good for him.
We have this exactly. We have this debate on this show all the time, and Dawn is very not for banning cell phones in school. But I am just. They need to take them away in school, and the fact that they don't is infuriating. Like we couldn't even have. Like if we had those. When we were in school, you can make those paper footballs, and you would play the yes.
Yeah.
And if we had that. It was taken away.
Oh, yeah.
These kids are allowed to have phones.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
It's just...
Greg, are you keeping the ball if it comes in your yard, too? Send your mother over to get it.
Yeah.
No, there's a dog in the yard next to me that they're always throwing something over, and I'm always throwing it back to the dog because it's always coming over.
It's like the scene. It's like the scene from Sandlot when the ball goes over the fence. The big dog's back there.
By the way, everybody on the YouTube chat is telling us that there are a lot of schools that still do teach cursive.
Do they really?
Which is a good thing.
Oh,
now,
good.
are those private schools, charter schools, Catholic schools?
Catholic schools, they say
Catholic
do it.
schools got to be.
But Patricia said there's a public school in Hamilton, New Jersey that still teaches it. So other people are saying it just depends on where you live.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing the Philadelphia schools aren't teaching cursive.
I'd be stunned if they are.
But if you go out to Lower Merion, I'm sure they're probably out there teaching cursive.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
do they give you do schools now give you a laptop like when you Really?
Some do, yeah. My daughters had them for the first 2 years. Now that was because they got interrupted by COVID.
Yeah.
So every kid got a laptop to take home, but it's becoming more common. I mean, do they still give out books? I mean, do we still have the old tech? I mean, remember back in the day? What a tangent this is, by the way. This is great. No, this is
It's
good.
Friday.
Yeah. I mean, this or taxing Social Security. What would you rather talk about? I remember as a kid, you get your books and you'd come home and you grab the brown paper grocery bags and you would use those as the book covers.
Yes, we covered our books.
Of course.
Yeah, we had to do that. All your books had to be covered.
Yep.
And you would write stuff on
Science,
Yep.
math, history.
People would sign them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if...
All the rich kids had the glossy little white book covers, and I'm pulling out the giant brown paper grocery bag.
Everybody used when I was a kid, everybody used the brown grocery bag because they were free.
Yeah, and by the way, cutting it up and putting it on your book was a science.
Yeah.
It really was. I could never
It was like
do
origami.
it.
Either.
I could never do it
My
properly.
mom did it for me.
Me too. I was just like, can you do this for me?
But see, there's a lost skill because
Yeah.
that was parental origami. Somewhere along the line, when you had a kid, there was a class held on how to cover the books with a grocery bag.
Yep.
And fold it and glue it, whatever you had to do. It wasn't even glued. I think it was just folded. It was wild.
Yes, it was. All right, coming up next, Josh Shapiro. Is it a formality? A slew of updates and stories for the Pennsylvania governor when it pertains to him and possibly the person he'll be working for and working under, Kamala Harris, as we continue. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Help me escape. I'm talking about the new 2024 Tonale from Alfa Romeo. Tonale, beautiful. Wilmington Pike, built with the iconic grille, those 5-hole wheels. If you have seen this vehicle, it's a work of art. And for your convenience, you're going to find a hands-free power liftgate, a 10-inch touchscreen, 10 inches, keyless entry, a wireless charging pad, brilliant LED adaptive lights. This is a beautiful thing. And for a limited time, it's all yours. Lease a Tonale TI all-wheel drive for just $299 a month. $299 a month for 24 months. Just visit Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike, Chadds Ford for all the details. Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike in Chadds Ford. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Why are prices spiking in Pennsylvania? It's simple. It's inflation. And Senator Bob Casey's reckless spending caused the problem to grow. Casey joined Washington liberals in voting for trillions in reckless spending. All of Senator Casey's spending caused inflation to get out of control until disaster. Everything is too expensive, from gas to groceries. And Senator Casey helped create this mess. Worse, Casey voted to allow COVID relief checks for illegal immigrants and convicted criminals, even murderers. Senator Casey voted to allow more money for illegals, leaving less for us. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
He's a rebel and a runner. He's a signal turning green. He's a restless young romantic, wants to run a big machine.
All right, Kayal Company, rolling on live Friday morning, August 2nd. Our buddy Sean Farish coming up an hour from now. What's on the cut sheet in under 20 minutes as we delve into Josh Shapiro a little bit here for the next 10 minutes or so. We gave you his stance following the big take on men, biological men that is, competing in female sports. But now canceled events, women going and pushing back against the possible selection of Josh Shapiro, and also one Democrat coming to the rescue of Shapiro and defending Jewish people, because this individual has had enough of the anti-Semitism going on in his own party. We'll get to all three of those here, but I do think it's pretty telling, Mary, and I know you had sent some stuff yesterday with Shapiro.
While you were golfing.
While I was, yes, swinging the sticks in the heat, sweating profusely and putting up bad numbers on my card. Shapiro has canceled a bunch of weekend fundraisers ahead of the announcement, which I thought initially was going to be on Tuesday. Kamala Harris will be in Philadelphia Tuesday, but you clarified yesterday that the announcement is expected to happen this weekend. And when a Democrat is going to bail on a trip to the Hamptons for a fundraising event, it should really tell you a lot, and really all you need to know, as he has canceled not one, not two, but 3 appearances at a weekend fundraising event in the Hamptons. And for those who don't know, cluster of wealthy New York towns. The cancellation comes just days before Harris is expected to announce her running mate at a Philadelphia rally. The governor's trip, quote, was planned several weeks ago and included several fundraisers for his own campaign committee. That is according to Manuel Bonder, a spokesperson for Shapiro, who told the New York Times, quote, his schedule has changed and he is no longer traveling to the Hamptons this weekend. So do you believe at this point it is a formality, or is the Mark Kelly thing in Arizona still the front runner for you?
Well, first of all, have you ever tried to drive out to the Hamptons on a weekend in the summer?
Hideous.
I mean, seriously.
Is it? I've never gone there.
Oh, my God.
Every well, you know, Mary, every June I go up to Hofstra University for the Talkers event, and it is just trying to get up there and trying to get home. It's just, and I know that's not the Hamptons, but it's as far out as it. It's insanity.
Yeah.
Thus answering the question why I haven't been there the last 2 years, because the last time it took me 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and it doesn't matter what time you go. 11 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Hideous.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I refuse. I can't do it because my husband had to drive me last time. He went last time because he said, I'm going to take time off. I'm driving you because you're going to get involved in a road rage incident.
Yep.
Because they're New Yorkers driving on the LIE or the South Shore or North Shore, whatever. And you're just like, it's horrendous. Yep. So going all the way, and I've driven all the way to the Hamptons. We'd spent an entire summer driving all the way to the Hamptons.
Yeah, it's hideous. I don't know. It is, New York is hell on earth. It
Well,
really
yeah,
is.
it's in every way.
It is just
horrific.
it's the worst city. It's anarchy. The roads are horrendous. I hate New York.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's horrific.
Stop
So
disgusting up our country.
Yeah.
You don't want to be here. Thank you.
yeah. So that's my first thing. Like, if I were him, I'd say, can we do this in like October?
Exactly.
Yeah, can we just move this a little bit?
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. Okay, so he did cancel those events. So to me, I'm like, okay, so maybe it's Shapiro, right? That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, apparently, her vetting team met with Shapiro and Kelly ahead of the announcements. All right, so it's down to those two, it looks like, as of right now, according to Politico yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like Mark Kelly is going to help her more on the border.
You know, that's interesting. Do you think, is that your opinion, or is that what they're trying to frame it as?
Well, clearly they're trying to frame it that way. He was on Morning Blow on Wednesday, and he said we need to get operational control over the border. So he's admitting that there's a problem, but he says but he credits Kamala Harris with having a lot of success in the Northern Triangle. The work she did in Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala,
Northern Triangle.
It's now paying dividends. So the slowdown that we're seeing now on the border, it's because of Kamala Harris's work in the Northern Triangle over the past 3 years, giving them a lot of money.
Okay.
It's not because Joe Biden put some of Donald Trump's policies back in that he got rid of his first day in office.
Yeah, you know, I just
nothing to do with that.
I disagree with the Mark Kelly can help on. I mean, what is Kamala Harris's most notable failure as the vice president?
The border.
The borders,
right?
So
Yeah.
would you really want another Democrat from a border state to only illustrate further, if you're the Trump campaign, you sit there and you say, oh, so the borders are Kamala Harris picks Mark Kelly from Arizona, border state, where short of Texas, Arizona's had the most illegal border crossings, and you have another Democrat who is very pro-open border policy. If I'm the Trump campaign and I'm J.D. Vance, I'm salivating over the possibility of Kelly being the nominee because I just go on the attack right there with the radical border policy or lack thereof.
Well, they're going to do that anyway, so does it matter?
I mean, I think going after Kelly on the border would be easier than going after Shapiro. Shapiro's obviously got some stuff that you can go after. We're going to get to this sexual assault cover-up, obviously the Title IX stuff. But I just feel like when you look at Shapiro, and again, I guess this really comes down to, and I know we talk about Veeps on the show a lot, but it's a radio show, and most people say, well, the vice president doesn't matter. And I think most people believe the vice president really does not matter. Trump has come out saying the vice president has never mattered, it never will, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. But, we talk about J.D. Vance because he is hopefully going to help deliver the Rust Belt to Trump. Don't know if he will. And then, of course, you look at Kamala Harris, and I would argue, and this is why I do think the vice president matters. Joe Biden selected Kamala Harris because he was trying to pander to two different segments of the population. So in that regard, it does matter. I mean, why was Kristi Noem ditched and kicked to the curb? Can't select her after all the dog stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I do think the Veep matters to a certain extent,
Well,
at least
yes.
optically.
To a certain extent, but Joe Biden picked Kamala Harris for the same reason that Obama picked Joe Biden. The best insurance against impeachment you could possibly have because they pick somebody who's worse. Right? That's the game. Oh, you don't want to impeach me because look what I got waiting in the wings over here.
Oh, but we're told that the Veep needs to be ready to go on day one if the worst case scenario plays out, like the president being assassinated.
Yeah. I don't think anybody believes that. I mean, The days of picking a competent VP, I think, are long gone. Now it's the days of picking someone worse than me so that they don't impeach me.
Okay.
Now, Kelly, the other thing, too, is remember, when the coup was going down, the reporting was that Barack Obama, who was behind the whole thing, allegedly, do I have to say allegedly, or do we all just know that?
I think we all just know it.
So... I'll throw in allegedly just in case. He supposedly wanted Mark Kelly, and Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer wanted a mini primary because they knew Kamala Harris would get knocked out. And that was how they were going to get rid of Harris, because you can't replace a black woman with a white man, and they wanted Mark Kelly.
Right.
And they thought he was more electable against Donald Trump, and I think he is more electable against Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. And Joe Biden blew that up and gave them all. That was how he took control of the whole thing of what was happening. And I really think Jill did this, not Joe, by endorsing Kamala Harris right away.
Yeah.
And blew that up. So it makes sense that Mark Kelly would be the VP choice if that's who they wanted as their presidential candidate.
Yeah, it's a valid point for sure. 855-839-1210. It's fascinating when you look at the divide with the Democrats, and we've talked most notably about the far-left progressives being pro-Hamas, and then more of the moderate liberal Jewish Democrats obviously being pro-Israel. Now you have another divide that could be occurring here. This story courtesy of the Daily Beast, as a women's group to Kamala Harris is saying that they need to dump, now they've never selected Josh Shapiro yet, but you should dump Shapiro over the sex case failings. That's the headline in the Daily Beast, as a statement headlined, Governor Shapiro's failures enabled sexual harassment. That is courtesy of the National Women's Defense League, that said that the Harris vetting team should consider the handling of past complaints of sexual harassment inside the Pennsylvania governor's office. The group claims to be a nonpartisan organization dedicated to preventing sexual harassment. And for those who don't know, Shapiro years ago had this little bit of a cover-up with a sexual assault allegation. His administration paid nearly $300,000 to settle this harassment claim against one of his longtime aides. The deal involved a non-disclosure agreement. So now you have the party where, let's face it, Democrats, liberal women, suburban women, Trump's worst nightmare. Now they're giving Kamala Harris potentially a hard time. If she does want to select Shapiro, for whatever the reason she might want to select him, now does she have to second think what happened behind the scenes years ago before she comes out, or will they just kind of whitewash that story as well?
They're probably, of course, going to whitewash it, but the Democratic nominee for Pennsylvania treasurer posted on X about the settlement. Last week wrote, "I want a VP pick that's secure enough to be second under a woman, is content to be a VP, and won't undermine the president to maneuver his own election, and doesn't sweep sexual harassment under the rug."
Wow.
Woo.
Man.
A little toasty there. All right.
So,
do you think
taking some swipes.
Do you think Shapiro is the kind of guy that wants to be under a female president as the vice president? Because I just recall vividly when we were talking about, wow, what about a Trump-DeSantis ticket? And I said adamantly, I don't see DeSantis being wired to be a vice president and what the duties are of a VP. Do you see that with Shapiro? I see it more than DeSantis, but I'm not sold on it.
Well, I think, politicians will do anything for power.
Yeah.
So if he's got to hang for 4 years, so be it.
But there's the
Right.
there's the possibility that Kamala could be a 2-term president. I know that's
so he
crazy
hangs
and
for
scary.
8. Okay.
I mean, you want to be there for 8 years potentially?
I think that he is a political opportunist, and he will take any advantage, any little carrot he can to.
So you
get
put him
ahead.
in the same bracket as Newsom, just total political animal, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't see Newsom being a second banana.
No.
He's kind of like a DeSantis, where I can't really see him being.
He's totally disappeared too. By the way, he's
Absolutely.
so far off the grid right now.
It's almost like he knows something. It's almost like he knows that Kamala Harris is being put out there like the sacrificial lamb. And he's just kind of waiting in the wings to be like, "Hey, you could have had me."
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'll let her fail. And oh, by the way, I won't attempt to challenge her because then I'll be labeled sexist and racist.
I will say this though: we were talking yesterday in an undisclosed meeting about a lot of things, and the discussion of Josh Shapiro being vice president came up. And a lot of people who are very politically savvy said that if she picks him, Pennsylvania is in the bag.
I've said that. Yes,
Kamala Harris.
Oh, I totally agree.
Because he will get out all those people, like Montgomery County, Bucks County, all of the Chester County, Delco, all those people that are kind of maybe aren't super liberal, but like him, because he is liked in this city. Yeah. So it is, you can almost guarantee that Kamala Harris will win Pennsylvania if she picks him.
Well, and just on a side note, though, this whole sexual harassment thing may not be going away, because on CNN on Tuesday night, Gretchen Carlson said that she wants Shapiro to let the accuser out of the NDA.
Oh.
And put out a press statement.
Mm-hmm.
She said he's never actually said anything about the aid as far as any kind of criticism. And when you're running with a female candidate at the top of the ticket and you're looking for the female votes, this story could become a much bigger problem.
Mm-hmm.
A political pollster, Adam Carlson, Wednesday, said while the settlement presents issues for the governor, he's still a better option than other potential picks. And what have we been talking about? So Democrats will swallow the whole, sexual harassment of a woman, issue. And we don't know the details. We don't know anything that happened. But, Donald Trump is horrible because he allegedly assaulted E. Jean Carroll in a dressing room at Barney's, and she doesn't remember when it happened.
855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up next, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster with Discover Lancaster's Wheels and Waterways Trail. Explore an antique auto museum, paddle scenic creeks, and enjoy a train ride on America's oldest continuously operated railroad, just 90 minutes from Philadelphia. What's on the cut sheet? We all find out together next on Kayal and Company.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton, soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up and start betting the games today. Come on, what are you doing? FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf & Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Again, mix and match any 5 or more single bottles and enjoy 50% off plus free shipping. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, be sure to create your own account to earn more exclusive savings. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. That's code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited.
The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Baby!
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Time keeps
Kayal and Company, 747. As we continue, Nick, Mary, Greg, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app and fire up YouTube because it's just about time for the cut sheet, and there's always going to be visuals to go along with what you hear, including our buddy Sean Farish in less than 45 minutes. But right now, let's find out what Stalker has lined up for what we all usually believe is the best day of the cut sheet, a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Oh, hang on. That's me, isn't it?
Smooth like silk.
Hang on a second. It's Friday, guys.
Let me
Come
find
on.
my button.
Yeah, find my button.
Help me understand.
There we go.
And if this was Monday, it would be.
Yeah, exactly.
On the cut sheet.
Yes, Nick, Kayal, Mary Walter. What's on the cut sheet? Always the best edition on Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because the relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting with cut 2, Phil. Kamala Harris is basking in the glow of people now just realizing who she is.
I've been here all along.
Yesterday, they call it an accidental slip, but, you know, I think she's testing the water. She accidentally referred to herself as president.
Mm-hmm.
She was talking about the prisoner swap. This is cut 2, Phil. Go.
And as a leader who believed deeply that America's true and full history must be acknowledged and honored, it was Sheila Jackson Lee whose bill made Juneteenth a federal holiday, which as a United States Senator I was proud to co-sponsor, and then as Vice President, it was my honor, with the President,
Slip up or testing the waters, guys?
A public admission that she's been running the show all along.
For a cheap pop?
With our President Joe Biden to stand beside Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee as our president signed her bill into law.
So who's been running America since 2021? Is it Barack? Is it Kamala? Or is it Joe? Because we've heard Joe many times, Mary, say, President Harris, Madam President Harris.
Yeah. Do you really think Kamala Harris has been running the show?
No, she wouldn't be running my sock drawer if it was up to me. But then again, that's just me.
Again, Barack Obama, the only president to not move out of Washington, D.C. when he left the presidency. Why do you think that is?
You know, we could possibly, conceivably have Obama serve 5 terms.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
2
You're
officially
100% right.
and 3 unofficially.
Yep.
By the way, I misspoke when she was eulogizing Sheila Jackson Lee, who passed away last week.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe for a second that was a slip. I think that she was. No, I think she was. I think she was looking for
casting her rod, seeing if anybody bites.
I do.
Applause.
Yes,
She wanted applause.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, she's been the bridesmaid. She's finally going to be the bride.
I know.
So, she's like, woohoo.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Do you think she'll have a crown? Do you think she'll be the first, since she's a woman, she'll have the first president to have a crown, like a tiara?
And the Kamala crown.
The Kamala collection.
Like a Sweet 16 coronation, right?
Yeah.
I could see it now. The giggle, the laugh, the whole bit.
The wave.
Yeah.
Cut 3 here. J.D. Vance was down at the southern border yesterday. The National Border Control Council president was there too, taking some shots at the quote-unquote border czar. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
President Trump, we had a secure border. We have the ability, the knowledge, and the will to secure this border. All we need is somebody like President Trump and Senator Vance to come in and let us do our job. We can secure this border. President Trump showed the American people that he can secure the border. All Border Czar Harris has shown is that they can create chaos on this border. Our communities are suffering. People are overdosing from fentanyl. This can be stopped. There is a playbook. President Trump had it, and he still has it. They can make it happen.
Wow, what a concept! If you actually when there's a will, there's a way. It's a very simple thing. You don't necessarily need to complete the wall. You don't have to go over the funding for the wall and who's providing pushback and who's going to, bankroll the thing. It's very simple, Mary. Like human beings, when there's this object in front of them, they can't go through the object, right? So, and if you just provide some resistance and some pushback, you can have the numbers look like they did under Trump and also how they looked under Obama. If you've seen the graph, 2012 to 2020 is like relatively flat and almost identical. And then the last 3.5 years, I mean, it's like it just shot off the charts. That's by design. I mean, this is not a difficult thing to correct.
Well, of course not. And they keep saying, oh, they're not going to vote. Illegals aren't going to vote. They can't. It's illegal for illegals to vote. And I'm like, anybody else see the irony in that statement? But they want to now create a path to citizenship for these people so they can vote.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the game is. The game is the census, right? Obviously, because Democrats want illegals counted in the census. They vote that way every single time Republicans bring it up that only citizens should be counted.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing. And the second thing now is, well, it's humane. These people, they grew up here. This is the only life they've ever known. You can't send them back to their countries. How cruel are you?
Yeah.
They need to become a part of our society so they can vote.
Mm-hmm. So J.D. Vance, if we're keeping track now, has been to the border as many times as Kamala Harris.
Well, she's never been, right?
Well, not
She's also never been to Mars,
And
Mary. Okay,
I've never been to Europe.
She's never been to Europe, but now she has been to Europe. So, yeah.
By the way, is it so? If we said, and we've been saying this for months on the show, that this election is going to come down to immigration versus abortion, right? Those are the two big issues.
Mm-hmm.
Are they really going to run? Are the Democrats really going to run the poster person for the failed immigration system? I mean, Joe Biden, it's his administration, but she was he kind of set her up to be the face of it, didn't he?
But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, actually, you could argue that Biden's ultimate revenge for being forced out would be Kamala Harris losing to Trump and losing because of immigration and the border.
Good. Oh, I didn't think about that.
Think
Good
about
point.
that, right? Joe. Joe says whatever he wants publicly, but Joe and Kamala don't really get along behind the scenes. Come on.
It's actually great when you think about it, because look at Kensington. Do you think the people in Kensington are going to vote for Kamala Harris? The fentanyl that has been brought across this border has destroyed an entire section of the city, and we've just decided to just give it to them.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This is what it's going to be like. It's just be one big drug den. It used to be in an apartment somewhere. Now it's in several city blocks. We're just going to give it to them.
Yep.
That is happening all over the country. In addition to other sections of cities, it's never in the suburbs. It's always in the cities where you have, we talked about this yesterday, kids' fields, soccer fields, etc., are covered with tents. These people throw their garbage everywhere. They get more money than our vets do every month.
Yeah.
And I think people have had enough. Now, enough to not vote for the Democrat? I don't know, because, stupid is as stupid does.
Yep.
So it'll be very interesting to see. And when they protest, I just look at them and go, you know what? You voted for this.
Yeah.
When you get the government you voted for, you need to sit down, shut up, and swallow it.
Elections have consequences.
That's right.
Shut up, sit down, and swallow it.
Yeah.
That's right.
That could be a T-shirt.
I wouldn't wear that T-shirt, but sure.
And by the way,
you can find that T-shirt on the Wildwood Boardwalk.
Yeah,
I believe.
Exactly.
As we take our minds out of the gutters here, and I'm glad you brought that. Think about how bizarre, not even bizarre, upside down world we're living in, that illegal immigrants get more benefits coming here than our veterans do.
Yep.
Do you guys think that Joe Biden is secretly wishing Kamala Harris loses so he can say, I told you so?
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
Because Joe's not going to be around at the end of this administration anyway, right? Like by the time Harris and Trump's term is up, I mean, Joe would be 86. Does anybody think Joe's still going to be alive? I don't. I mean, I'm not rooting for anything bad to happen to him, but if we were taking wagers, will Joe be alive for the 2028 election? My guess is no. That's just my opinion.
Show of hands by people who are shocked that he's still alive. right? Like me.
Yeah.
Seriously, I didn't think he was going to make it halfway through his presidency. He somehow managed to muddle through this far. I thought he was going to die or be impeached. Neither one of those things happened. So God bless him. As far as I'm concerned, he's outlived expectations so far.
Yeah.
But Dr. Jill,
Yeah.
she hates Kamala Harris.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Well, they're also going to, if Kamala Harris loses, the pitchforks are going to come out for Joe, because the Democrat base is going to be like, well, he stayed in too long.
Mhm.
He was selfish.
She never had a full swing at it, right?
And if she wins, he's also going to look like the old doddering fool that stayed in too long, and he's going to kind of be whitewashed through history. So it's really a no-win situation for him.
See, if he wins, I could see the media portraying him as George Washington 2.0. He's a hero because he was the one who selected her to be Veep, ultimately pass on the torch, break the glass ceilings, and all of a sudden show you what can be in this country unburdened by what has been.
91 LSXer says Joe will be dating Pete Davidson by 2028. This is the greatest line. It's the greatest line. JD Vance. JD Vance, we just mentioned, was at the southern border yesterday. CNN's Steve Contorno asked him about what former President Trump said about the DEI hires and Kamala Harris not being black. And everybody's bringing in the fact that J.D. Vance has mixed-race children. So this reporter asked J.D. Vance about that. This is cut 9, Phil. Go.
The former president's comments yesterday to the National Association of Black Journalists, where he said that Vice President Harris is, quote, all of a sudden black. As a father of 3 biracial children, did those comments give you pause at all?
They don't give me pause at all. Look, all he said is that Kamala Harris is a chameleon. She goes to Georgia 2 days ago. She was raised in Canada. She puts on a fake Southern accent. She is everything to everybody, and she pretends to be somebody different depending on which audience she's in front of. I think it's totally reasonable for the president to call that out, and that's all he did. I mean, look, she's running as a tough-on-crime prosecutor, even though she implemented open border policies. She's saying that she wants to support the police, yet she wanted to defund the police just 3 years ago. It's totally reasonable to call out the fact that she pretends to be somebody different depending on the audience she's talking to.
You know, Mary, I love this when the left tries to come out and portray you as a Republican or a conservative as racist, and they don't do their proper due diligence and vetting on the person they're trying to smear. So J.D. Vance, right? J.D. Vance is a racist. He's this, that, he's the other thing. He's got multiracial children. And like the same thing with our buddy Rich Zeoli in Afternoons. Oh, Rich is this, Rich is that. Rich adopted a black child. So, like, I'm sorry, you lose credibility right off the bat when you try to attack somebody as racist without knowing who actually is in their family circle of who they married, who they had kids with, what their kids are, who they might have adopted, so forth and so on. It's the ultimate, like, you don't even need to dunk back on the person accusing you of it. You just hit them with that little tidbit, and they're like, oh, my fault. Didn't know. Whoops.
Yeah, it never stopped them from calling Donald Trump literally Hitler and anti-Semitic, even though his daughter is Jewish and so are his grandchildren.
Yeah, that's true.
Never stops them. So the facts never get in the way of a good emotion-filled rant, right? Or a good smear.
Yeah.
Never let facts get in the way of a good smear.
Mm-hmm.
What I took away from that video was, could Donald Trump learn from J.D. Vance on how to handle some of these questions?
Yes, amen.
You know,
thank you, Mary.
So you still don't like
Greg
the way...
and I are back together again.
Yeah,
the
baby.
band's back together.
All right, so we've got to argue again. We're in disagreement. So you still don't... I thought for the most part, short of him bringing up, well, I didn't know Kamala was black until recently. I thought overall, and I get it, she's biased, she works for Fox, but Harris Faulkner was also at that convention in Chicago. And yesterday she came out and defended Trump and said that the way they attacked him was unfair. I still, listening to Trump, he really didn't raise his voice. He didn't get overly combative, and he gave it back to them, but he did it in a relatively low-key, respectful manner. I still don't think Trump handled that overly terribly. I mean, other than the end part. For the most part, I'd give him a B+ A- for the whole day.
But I think his handling of it was lost in the contentious back and forth.
Agreed.
because she kept talking over him. She was rude. I mean, she's beyond rude. Let's face it. I think we all agree. She was crazy rude.
Yes.
But I do think he should have very calmly said, "Oh, thank you for having me. Yes, it's nice to be here. Thank you for asking." You know, like he could have really put her in her place, but instead he went right into it. I just think J.D. Vance handled it beautifully, and I think some lessons can be learned. So
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just gonna stick with that.
I'm in agreement as far as J.D. Vance. I mean, he has come off very, very well measured, even keeled. You can tell he's got a good temperament, great speaker, good storyteller. So I agree with you on that 1,000%.
This TikToker agrees with what you guys are saying. This is an African American woman who shredded the black journalist at the NABJ in Chicago who hammered Trump. She blasted the DEI hire of Kamala Harris herself. This is cut 13. I'm just going to play a little bit of this. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
Now, let me say this. This was the most disrespectful interview I think I've ever seen. First of all, Trump knew when he went to this interview that he was going in the lion's den. Kudos, Trump, to you going to this, because this was some straight up bull. This girl was so disrespectful, it's ridiculous. The whole panel was disrespectful, but it was so disrespectful, it was ridiculous. Yeah. First of all, Kamala Harris didn't even show up. Kamala Harris didn't even show up because she don't feel like she needs to show up because she already knows she got the black votes lined up in Chicago, and she don't have no respect for the black people. And you know, let's not forget, she chick. She complete shit because she been saying she wanted to debate Trump, and this would have been the best time for her to be on stage with Trump and say whatever she wanted to say to him. But of course, she didn't even show up. The doggone interviewers, they were 35 minutes late because they had no respect for Trump either. But Trump, kudos to you for going into this bull crap. Now, this interviewer didn't even start the interview off by saying hello, President Trump, or hello, former President Trump, or hello, Trump. She didn't even speak to him. She just went straight into the text. And let me tell y'all something. I don't like Kamala Harris at all. Period. Y'all know I don't like Kamala Harris. But she is the VP of the United States of America. And if I had a conversation with her, if I had an interview with her, the first thing I would do before I even started any question would say, hello, VP Harris, how you doing? That's the least respect you can give to anybody. But these disrespectful tricks, they have any respect for Trump. All they did was come out with attacks from the beginning. From the beginning, that's all they came out with. Now, this trick gonna have the nerve to say to Trump, you know, tell me why should black people support you? You know, with your rhetoric and all this and all that, and why should black people support you? You lied about Obama, you lied about Nikki Haley, and that, let me tell y'all something. That's what a lot of the black community mad at Trump about, because Trump questioned Obama citizenship in the United States of America, and you know you cannot question King Obama because black folks will have a fit. That's what a lot of them are say with Trump about. Because you can't question their God. And a lot of black people, their God is Obama. Y'all get mad at me all y'all want. It is what it is. I said what I said, and I meant what I said.
Yeah.
Yep, I said it. But let me tell y'all this right here. So she comes at Trump with all this old bull crap. So, of course, Trump said, well, you know, I've done a lot of stuff for the black community. You know, he said the same thing he always said. You know, I've done more for the black community than anybody except for Abraham Lincoln. Then this dumb, supposed to be educated trick had the audacity to say, well, her brainwashed, brain-dead, simple-minded. So you telling me you've done more for the black community than Lyndon B. Johnson, who passed the Voting Rights Act? This has got to be the dumbest I ever heard in my life, and I've heard a lot of them. But she's supposed to be so educated. First of all, let me tell y'all something, because I'm tired of blacks acting like Democrats, and Lyndon B. Johnson did so much for the goddamn black community. Lyndon B. Johnson didn't have a choice but to sign off on the Voting Rights Act because Republicans passed it. He was the president of the United States of America, and he didn't have a choice but to sign off on it. It's not like Lyndon B. Johnson and the Democrat Party did a goddamn thing for blacks out of the kindness of their heart. They did it because they didn't have a choice because Republicans passed it. And I'm so sick of these goddamn black folks acting like Democrats loved us. They ain't never cared nothing about us, and they still don't. But y'all keep falling for this goddamn trap they keep putting out there, thinking they care so much about you.
Wow. And that's the big take. Wow. Let's get her booked for 9 o'clock Monday morning.
I was going to say, can you get her on the air?
Yeah.
And I want to be on when you have her on the air. I love her. If you get her in studio, I would come in studio. I want to have a drink with this woman. I love her, and I want her on my team, right? Yeah. Like, I'll walk the streets of Philadelphia with her.
Yes.
Because there is nothing going down with that woman on my team, right? Like, it's fantastic.
Stalker's going to be adding more depth to his bench. We've got a new week of a new fill-in host. Get her on for a shift or two.
I don't know
I
if
will
she can
give up. I will not even fight for a fill-in if if you have her on, because you just better be riding that dump button.
Yeah, well,
That's
I was
all
going
I'm
to
gonna
say 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and she cursed
Yeah.
about 19 times.
Oh.
Yeah, that may be a problem.
Not sure if she can handle.
She made Esther seem low key.
Yeah, exactly.
When we had Esther on last week imitating Kamala, she's dropping F-bombs on the.
I love her.
Yeah.
Wow.
I want to be her friend.
I want to just have her replace me, and I'll just leave the station right now. There's your new morning host, folks. TikTok lady. Which, and again, in all seriousness, I do think right there, that is why I do believe polling-wise that Trump in the 20 percentile range of the black vote is going to be a valid thing. Again, he's not going to get the majority. It's not 33%. It's not 40%. I do think it'll be right around or north of 20%. And I think a lot of people feel that way in that community. And just because they don't voice that publicly on social media doesn't mean that sentiment out there does not exist.
Right.
Because I think there are a lot of people in the African-American community that look at Kamala Harris and say, you don't represent me. I think that narrative is very true out there.
Yeah, again, I just can't love this woman any more than I already do right now.
Yeah.
I think she is fantastic.
Can we replay that in part 2?
Wait, I just love the way she started out. Did you hear her? Let me tell you, and the way she started out, I was already laughing because you knew it was coming, and I love it.
Robert on the YouTube chat says that she should be Trump's press secretary. Can you imagine?
Her against the binder?
Oh, that'd be
She
amazing.
would destroy Karine Jean-Pierre.
Be amazing.
Oh my God! And she wouldn't say anything of substance.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
None of them do anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's just the delivery.
Well,
it would be fantastic.
In that 2 minutes and 50 seconds, she brought up more historical context than Karine has done in 2 years.
That's you're right.
You're bringing
she
up
did.
Lyndon B. Johnson and all sorts of stuff.
The problem is nobody listens to the content because it's the delivery that
Right,
we're
yeah.
all like,
Right.
this is awesome. It's just like, wind her up and let her go. It's like, wow. Can you see the press corps just sitting back in their chairs going, what the holy hell is this?
Now, there's no way she could do that for 4 straight hours, though. She would crash eventually.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. But for the first 5 to 10 minutes,
Oh, yeah.
pay-per-view.
Yep.
Yesterday there was a prisoner swap deal, which I want to get into for a second because there's been some. The chatter in class is discussing things, and I want to get both of your opinions on that. But first, Biden took to the podium yesterday to talk about the prisoner swap. He said that it was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
And this is a very good afternoon. A very good afternoon. Today we're bringing home Paul, Evan, Alsu, Vladimir. 3 American citizens and 1 American green card holder. All 4 have been imprisoned unjustly in Russia. Paul for nearly 6 years. Vladimir since 2022. Evan since March of 2023. And Alsu since October of 2023. Russian authorities arrested them, convicted them in show trials, and sentenced them to long prison terms with absolutely no legitimate reason whatsoever. None. Paul, a former Marine, was in Russia for a wedding. Evan, a journalist with a Russian, in Russia, was in Russia, signed by the Wall Street Journal.
Jesus,
I'm going back to bed.
Also a journalist, was in Russia to see family.
Also.
All 3 falsely accused of being
Jesus.
spies. And Vladimir was a Russian citizen by birth and holds an American green card. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and was a pallbearer at my friend John McCain's funeral with me. He spoke out against Putin's regime. And for that, he was convicted of treason. And now, their brutal ordeal is over, and they're free.
There you go.
Okay, so now the question you had was what, as far as you want
No, I'll get into that in one
Okay.
second, so let's just talk
Yeah,
about
so that was obviously Joe and those Americans back on U.S. soil, which is great. And I said that yesterday, first and foremost. Thank God they're out of that dump of Russia and the way they are treated. You know, we heard about the horror stories of the penal colonies. Keep in mind, never forget, Brittany Griner came home way before Paul Whelan, and that's obviously a point of contention with many. But I don't know about you, Mary, but I'm glad they're home. But I also say, okay, now that I move past the human element of it and Americans are back in America, what is the political jockeying? What is the agenda? What are they trying to portray with the mainstream media carrying their water when it comes to this administration that has been a disaster on foreign policy?
Yeah, well, what's going to happen is 2 or 3 more Americans in Russia are going to be kidnapped. tourist, somebody, just sitting there going, look, honey, that's the Kremlin. Boom, and they come and sweep in and they get them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to keep up this game because we keep releasing spies, more high-ranking, more dangerous people who have actually committed crimes.
Mm-hmm.
And in exchange for, Joe from Podunk, who just happened to be there taking a picture of the Kremlin.
Yeah. Yep.
And they know that, and they know that we'll continue to do it. So honestly, if you're an American, why would you, go to Disney? Why are you going to Russia?
Yeah.
Like, can Disney just add like Russia in the It's the Small World thing?
Can't we
Take the
get
boat
like
ride a couple times?
Yeah, let's get a Putin water slide or something.
Right,
and
tell the kids you're there. They'll never know. They're not going to remember much anyway. Just tell the kids, and the kids will be like, remember that time we went to Russia? And you're like, oh, honey, that was Disneyland.
It was hot.
They'll never know. I don't understand why people go to these places and then they're shocked when they're kidnapped or jailed and they're like, wow, how did this happen? And like, yeah, because nobody saw that coming, honey. Yep. And then we have to give them someone who's wanted for terrorism or murder or, who's going to go back onto the battlefield to kill Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And we do it over and over and over again. Well, Democrats do it over and over and over again. It's going to happen again.
Well, let me ask you this, because that's kind of the direction I wanted to go in. War hawk, war criminal John Bolton was on CNN yesterday. Sorry, I'm just using my own.
I mean, ad-lib whatever you'd like, sir.
It's the
beauty of this format.
Was on with Caitlin Collins, and he said that the ground. This is basically what Mary was just saying. The groundwork for more Americans being used as bargaining chips. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
I want to talk to someone who has a deep knowledge of what happens behind the scenes to bring home detained
Deep knowledge,
Americans.
yes. Loves the
Ambassador
war.
John Bolton was Donald Trump's national security advisor and joins me now. Ambassador, Trump did say repeatedly that he did not think Putin would release Evan Gershkovich to anyone else, that was going to happen if he won and when he took office again. What does it say tonight that he did?
Well, what Trump says is typically unprovable. It's always that he will do a better job, and that may or may not have proven out. I think we're all happy for the people released from Russian jails, but let's be clear, this was a bad deal. It sets a bad precedent. It violates a rule too often violated, that we don't swap for innocent American hostages. It's going to lay the groundwork for more Americans being used as bargaining chips. And it's happy for the individuals and their families, of course, but this is bad for the country.
Mary, I'll let you hit on what Bolton is saying. I just want to give a comment quickly here on the way Caitlin Collins presented that. Did you get the sense and the feel that Caitlin Collins was basically there as a puppet for Biden, saying, well, Trump said it would never happen, that this would be a swap that would occur and whatchamacallit would come home, but here he is. So, again, I just... Well, listening to her, watching her, that stoic look on her face, she just annoys the you-know-what out of me, but I digress.
Well, yeah, listen, she's on CNN, so
she's just so unlike.
Keep your expectations low. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. I mean, listen, Jim Acosta, in my mind, takes the cake of the worst "quote unquote" journalist to ever walk the planet. All right, so she's way far behind him as far as offensive. Yeah. On another note, I'm just want to defend John Bolton because I happen to really like him as a person. No, I know him and I just really like him. He's just a really sweet, nice guy.
You like that mustache?
He loves war, though.
I know. I don't like the whole where he's gone with Donald Trump.
Okay.
I don't like that part of him, but as a person, he's just a really nice guy and has a really good sense of humor.
He's a sweet man.
Most war criminals
He's a really nice guy, and he's got a great sense of humor.
Sorry.
Is Lindsey Graham a sweet man?
Wicked sense of humor. Lindsey Graham's hilarious. I don't trust him. I think he's part of the swamp.
Yeah.
However, so stinking funny when he's among friendlies. Hilarious. Now, all that being said, I have to give Bolton credit. Again, I don't agree with him, and I don't like where he's gone since Trump has come. Since the Trump presidency, I think he has a little TDS going on there. Okay. And to your point, I think he's a little bit of a yay, let's go to war kind of guy. Because he ain't registering for the draft.
No, of course not.
Right? Not him.
No.
So, but I give him credit for, in this situation, defending in a way Trump and saying that this is bad. This was not a good deal. And the reason that that deal wasn't going to happen under Trump is because it's a bad deal. This is a bad thing. It sends the wrong message. So I have to give him props there. He didn't fall prey to what Caitlin Collins wanted from him. He didn't give her the response that she wanted. So I have to give credit where credit is due.
Okay. Biden was asked yesterday he didn't take many questions, but I actually think he just took one, about the Trump angle.
This is great.
The Trump angle of this, and about how, what Trump said about this. This is cut, where are we here? Sorry about this. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
President Trump has said repeatedly that he could have gotten the hostages out without giving anything in exchange. What do you say to that? What do you say to President Trump now, former president?
Why didn't he do it when he was president?
Sir, what did
There you go.
No, I mean, you couldn't have done Gershkovich because that was in March of 2023. I always love, too, when he's getting ready to exit the podium and he's walking off and the peppering of questions comes, and usually he just keeps going, or he'll occasionally look back and smile and pretend he didn't hear it, or maybe he really didn't hear it and he has no idea what's going on. It's just remarkable. The whole scene is just a facade.
2 out of the 3 freed hostages were taken under Biden.
Yes.
So to say, well, why didn't he do it then? Because they weren't hostages at the time.
Whalen was the only one, correct?
Yes. So to tell Whalen was the only one.
Yeah.
But to whoever told him to say that line screwed up big time. Because of course all of the talking heads on X, the usual suspects, saying, "Oh yeah, it's hilarious. Look at this great line," and they're just getting hammered. People going, "You moron."
Yeah. I'm surprised they're actually feeding him lines at this point anymore. Like, what's the point, right?
And maybe they're not. Maybe, Joe had a cogent moment and he thought he was really funny and look at because I think he has that in him. I think he has that. He's a politician. He has that quick one-liner in him. But the brain doesn't always function anymore.
Yeah, the misfires.
Right. So that's what this was. So it was really quick and witty and haha. But a journalist would have screamed, "But they were taken under your watch, sir." Mm-hmm. And that didn't happen.
Yeah. One follow-up, because I'm getting a lot of tweets and everything on this. Lucy writes on Twitter, because earlier we said, Nick, that we've been saying for months on the show that this election is going to come down to immigration versus abortion, right?
Right.
And everybody is, weighing in that abortion's not that big of a deal. So
we still fighting this battle.
Lucy says the economy's stupid, then the border, fentanyl, abortion will not be a big deal this election. Economy. Okay.
Well, I mean, the economy is right there in the wheelhouse for Republicans with immigration. Honestly, for me, now what I believe versus what I actually think will play out are always two different things, or usually two different things. To me, the economy is number one for me personally. Immigration, border, a close second. But we've seen the polls, and the data has showed that most Americans now have, because the border's been such an abject disaster, that the border has surpassed the economy.
Mary, do you agree that this election is going to come down to immigration versus abortion?
I don't know. It depends on how hard the Trump campaign hammers a specific issue.
Yeah.
Because I like hammering the border aspect of this because, like I talked about Kensington before, you've got that area. It's terrible. But it comes into the suburbs too, right? There are parents whose kid, somebody told them, and they're affluent suburbanites, and their kid had a friend who said, "Here, take this," and everybody was doing it, and he got the one that was made by the Chinese, and it killed him, So I think that's part of the immigration thing. So maybe it's a little bit wider. Women and girls being raped and assaulted and murdered by illegals. They're not staying in the poor sections anymore.
Yeah,
they're coming into other areas, and so maybe that could be part of it.
Well, let me ask everybody a question who thinks that it's going to really just come down to the economy. If Kamala Harris wins, then would you say that it's because the majority of people agree that the economy is great?
Here's the thing.
Where are we going with this?
Right. So I was just looking, and I saw this from yesterday. So I go to this one page that has that culls stories from all over the place. It's kind of like the new Drudge, right?
Yeah.
Amazon shares pummeled after revenue miss and lower guidance. Japanese stocks open 5% lower. Dow loses 500 points. Economy suddenly looks weak. Intel lays off 15,000 employees. Huge mix. Stock tanks. Cracks starting to show in cracks are forming in the U.S. jobs market. So everybody, it may look better now than it did before, but are they just propping it up for the election? Now, do most people go that deeply into it? No.
No, of course not.
No, they don't. We yesterday were talking to our financial guy because we had wanted to buy property and make an investment. It's going to be rental. And he said to us, he goes, you can do what you want, but I'm telling all my clients you have to be more liquid than invested in coming up with the coming election.
Yeah. To me, when we
backed off. I had to call our real estate agent. I'm like, deal's not going through. We're not doing it.
I don't blame you. We talk about immigration versus abortion. To me, you can go beyond that, and you can even just generalize it. This is facts versus feelings. This is policies versus pandering.
Yeah.
It's as clear as day. But and this is why I argue that the economy should be as important as the border, if not more, is because we're all affected by higher grocery prices, higher gas prices, higher energy costs to heat and cool your home. Nobody is adverse to that, not even the 1%. The 1% can handle it because they have more assets, more cash, more liquid, this, that, and the other thing, more investments, so they're not as impacted. But a lot of those people are conservative, fiscally conservative, and they don't want to spend more. And yes, the border is the biggest issue according to everybody that you talk to. But the truth is, and yes, we're all now basically border states and border cities, but not every single human being is seeing the border come to their front porch, right? I mean, I've never had any border issue directly impact my life, but every single human being has been impacted by the economy.
Okay, but here's the thing, though, about immigration as well. Massachusetts, which, very liberal, and remember the governor of Massachusetts wanted people to take illegals into their home because they ran out of housing. And nobody showed up to do that. And they all very quietly took in their hate has no home signs, They took those in. And they now have a problem where, and this is probably in many states, where it's estimated that almost between 10 and 15% of their workforce doesn't speak English.
Yeah.
So when you go into a store, and I've been in this situation before, I've gone into a store and nobody spoke English. I'm like, how is this happening in this country?
Yep. Well, that's my question, is that if you are, you can't, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, most of the people that I talk to, everybody's saying, boy, cost of groceries is this, boy, this, boy, you can't afford to buy a home these days, boy, we can't.
Right.
So everybody's talking about the economy. I agree with that.
Yeah.
If Kamala Harris wins, then, is that an admission that the economy really doesn't matter?
I think it's an admission that, well, no, it's not an admission. It's that when they looked at the totality of pro-choice, female reproductive rights, the disdain for Trump, I don't think it's an admission that the economy is fine. I think it's the old adage of you're willing to cut off your nose to spite your face. Like, you can just omit one of the most important vulnerabilities of one side because your hatred for the other guy clouds your judgment to process what's going on.
Yeah,
100%.
If that makes
That's exactly what happens. Or they say it's not the president. The president has no control over real estate prices, no control over that, no control over inflation or interest rates.
The policies do.
Sure.
Right. But they say, you know what it is? It's big business. That's the problem.
Which is such an amazing hypocrisy, because for 3.5 years under Trump, all I heard was from people like my mother, Trump doesn't get credit for that. He's got nothing to do with that. And then you point out the same issues under the well, it's not really Joe's fault. It's corporate greed. So it just depends on whose office as to who gets credit for what and who doesn't get blamed for other things.
So you think more people, and Jimmy Matthews, I think for the first time, Nick, agrees with you. It's going to be Trump and Trumpism that gets people out to vote rather than the border or abortion or economy or anything.
Mental illness.
You're saying to vote for Trump.
Against it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. The Trump. Again, that's why and I know people don't want to hear that, but Trump might just lose because Trump's Trump. And Trump might just lose because it's not going to be Kamala Harris. It's not because of Joe Biden. It's not going to matter if it's Hillary Clinton. You're just going to have a contingency of people out there that say it's Trump versus who? Okay, I'll take who.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, it's mental illness. I'm sorry, and I don't say that lightly. I'm not mocking mental illness. I do think there is a portion of our society whose brains are broken. Talk to anyone under the age of 40, 45, and ask them if they have anxiety. Oh, yes, I've been diagnosed with anxiety. I'm on medication. I have anxiety.
You're speaking my language, Mary. Look at us. You and I. You're
Poetry
right.
in motion.
Everybody with my therapist. Oh, I have PTSD. You have no PTSD.
ADD, ADHD. I have trauma from my childhood. I'm like, oh my God, it's called growing up. Seriously?
Give him more medication.
Right.
Toughen up.
It's just like no. I'm saying that sarcastically. Don't give him more. We have a drugged up society. That's the problem. And
Exactly.
I don't mean good drugs like weed. I mean like.
Yeah, and vodka.
I mean the stuff that these quote unquote doctors prescribe for you because I'm in my head and I can't do this.
Yes, I have anxiety. I'm gonna have a breakdown.
You need
for the love of God, just because it's Wednesday, really?
Yeah. You need a prescription here. Here's a Tito's and Club. Go sit down and just relax.
By the way, I'm seeing because I have a little preview box here next to me. Sean Farish, who's up next, has a new backdrop.
No,
he does.
Oh,
mine's way better. I can see it too, but mine's way better.
I like the backdrop. Actually, it's very good.
We will debut that next, right,
yes,
Nick?
We do. Sean Farish on the other side, live from Nashville, Tennessee. But right now, a word from my friends with the Piazza Auto Group. And we're talking specifically about Mercedes-Benz. That's right. The new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed with advanced technology on the inside, and its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with a whopping 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Delaware, or Atlantic City, New Jersey. Or right now, conveniently, as you sit there with your tablet, sipping your coffee, waiting for Sean Farish to come up, you can shop online right now, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song.
and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 8:33 Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Greg Stocker here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. As it's time for his weekly Friday appearance, the 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is back here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, good morning, sir. How are you?
Well, I have to say we're doing tremendously well now that we're not with people in Chicago who are terrible journalists like Rachel Scott. She really is a disgrace, I can tell you that. But you guys are doing very, very well. And the ratings are in. You know, they're through the roof like a rocket ship. They're going up like Elon Musk's rocket ships, not like little Rocket Man's rocket. It always goes down. He has terrible little bottle rockets. We call them bottle rockets. And we kept him, at bay. We kept him in check. Yeah. Little Rocket Man, Putin also, President Xi of China. We kept him in check also. All of these people, we got along very well with them, and we did very well with them. I call President Xi, by the way, we call him Winnie the Pooh, because he looks like Winnie the Pooh. But we do tremendously well, and you're doing tremendously well. We're very happy to be here, believe me.
Well, thank you very much, and we are always grateful for a few minutes. You mentioned Chicago, so let's go to the NABJ event and the way I felt you were sabotaged right from Jump Street. I thought overall you handled it very, very well, but I don't know that you're getting the credit you deserve. A lot of people are saying, yeah, you went into the Lion's Den. You're the first Republican to go there in 20 years, and Kamala Harris wants to debate you. She had the opportunity to be there, and she had a scheduling conflict, sir.
Well, she always has a scheduling conflict. I wonder who was on the schedule now. Maybe it was Montel, maybe it was Willie, maybe it was somebody else. You know what happened? She does a lot of work with those people, and it helped her career. You know, the only reason she was the district attorney in San Francisco out there in California was because she was doing things overnight and under the covers with some of these people. We can tell you that. But we did very well. Everybody doesn't want to admit that we did very well, but we have actually done a lot for the black community here in the greatest country in the world. And they know that. Everybody knows that. When I was calling out Rachel Scott for being a fake news disgrace, because she's a fake news disgrace, we were calling her out. They were applauding. You heard that. They were applauding. They were laughing. They were not laughing at me. They were laughing with me. They were laughing with me because I'm a funny person and a handsome person. And I was correct, 100% correct. We did very well in Chicago. They're never going to give me the credit because the fake news is the fake news. But we did very well. And Kamala Harris was nowhere to be found because that community doesn't like her, because she locked a lot of these people up. And we would never do that. First Step Act, we made it very, very nice. And we did very, very well for the black community. And they know that. These are not stupid people. The Democrats think they're stupid people. These are smart people, very smart, highly respected, and beautiful people when you look at it. And we do very well with them.
Mr. President, that was the early portion of the day, and then later in that evening, you returned to Pennsylvania for the first time since that tragic night of July 13th at your Harrisburg rally. I thought it was really classy to have the moment of silence, but what was going through your mind as you returned to a place where you were millimeters away from losing your life?
Well, we were very happy to be in Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. We do very well in Pennsylvania. We did well the first time. We did well the second time. And we're going to do very well the third time because we have people like you and PHT, WPHT, the greatest. You know, you guys are doing a tremendous job. And that is why we're able to spread the truth all over the great state of Pennsylvania. We were in Harrisburg, and when I'm your president, we're going to rename it because nothing should be named Harris anymore. We're going to name it Trumpsburg, okay? We're going to do that. We're going to name it Trumpsburg, Pennsylvania, the new capital of Pennsylvania, Trumpsburg. And we're going to do very well. We're doing very well. We're ahead by a lot, and Pennsylvania loves us. You know that? They love us. We have the Amish people. We love the Amish people.
Yeah.
I taught them how to churn butter, believe it or not. These are tremendous people. We have the horse and carriage. They have these people. They go to Costco. I've been to Costco in Lancaster. You know that? There's a stable for the horses. There's a stable there. We're going to build a bigger one. We're going to build a bigger one, and it's going to be made of gold, and it's going to be incredible. But we love Pennsylvania. We were happy to return, and we are very, very happy to return again. We're coming back to Butler. We're coming back to Butler because we're not afraid. We don't believe in fear. We believe in making America great again, and it starts in Trumpsburg, Pennsylvania, believe me.
I love it. Let's get rid of Harrisburg. Let's make it Trumpsburg, and let's stay in Pennsylvania and with Harris for a moment. We're anticipating her to select her vice president at any moment. Could happen this weekend. A lot of people believe it'll be Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Your thoughts on that possibility and maybe even potential vice presidential debates between J.D. Vance and Josh Shapiro?
Well, it's interesting. You know, you look at Josh Shapiro, you look at him, and he shouldn't be the governor. It should have been Doug Mastriano. We love him. He's a great guy. But you look at Josh. All of a sudden, Josh Shapiro sounds just like Barack Obama. What the hell is going on? Nobody knows what the hell is going on. He started doing a Barack impersonation. And unfortunately, and he was only impersonating his voice. He wasn't impersonating what he may or may not, we're saying may or may not have done with Larry Sinclair. We'll see what happens. But you look at Josh Shapiro, the people in Michigan are going to be very upset about that. You know, they don't like Jewish people. We love Jewish people. We did very well for Israel. We did very well. Abraham Accords, peace in the Middle East. But Josh, we don't know what the hell's going on. So we'll see if she picks him. I was hoping she picked Mark Kelly because then we could say 2 space cadets are running for president, but we can't say that. So we're going to look and see if it's Josh Shapiro, the city of brotherly love. She's going to announce it in the city of brotherly love where they call heroes hoagies. I don't know what the hell that is, but it makes me want to puke. But we have the announcement coming next week in Philadelphia. Philadelphia. We'll see what happens. But if it's Josh, we'll have Hillbilly, Hillbilly JD. And it looks like Josh Shapiro may be a crazy cat lady, too. Who knows? But we will see what happens with that. And we are very looking forward to the debates. And we're looking forward to winning. We're going to win like nobody's ever seen before.
Final one for you. Donald Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company as he does every Friday. You mentioned JD and you mentioned childless cat ladies. Your thoughts on the way the media has dug this up from 3 years ago, and by the way, the fact that JD has in fact doubled down on this, but the way the media is framing this as this is an attack against women from the GOP. Your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, they call J.D. Vance weird. They call him weird. You have a person running for president who talks about falling out of a coconut tree. I don't think it gets much weirder than that. She's unburdened by what has been, and she exists in the context of what has been and what will be and the present and the future. She had $1 billion invested into electric vehicles and school buses, which she says, bizarrely, these are things that get people where they need to go. I'm glad she cleared that up because nobody could figure that out. Nobody knew what the buses do. We know the wheels on the bus go round and around. We know that. But you look at this person running for president. She's a weird person, too. And they say J.D. Vance is attacking women. did we watch the Olympics? There was actually an attack on a woman in the boxing ring in Paris, France. That was an attack on women. You have drag queens and crazy people mocking God, mocking the Last Supper. That's an attack on a lot of people. We don't hear about it. You hear J.D. Vance say, childless camp ladies said, I think that's kind of funny. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's kind of funny. He's a funny guy. He's a perfect person. And we love him. But you have them saying attacking women, and you have Angela Carini, who we know a lot. I taught her how to box. She's tremendous. I taught her everything she knows. And she was hit in the nose. Her nose was broken by a guy. You saw that. She said she's never been hit as hard as that in her life. And she's been boxing for a long time. I taught her. And that never should have happened. We never should have allowed that to happen. They talk about attacking women, and they're doing things like this. These people are sick. These are sick puppies, and these are puppies that are so sick they deserve a visit from Kristi Nolan. We don't say that lightly. We don't say that lightly. These are bad people. These are very bad people, and we have to beat them, and we will.
Mr. President, I want to wrap with this. I'm sure you can see the visual of Mary. She is wearing her newest Trump 2024 T-shirt, which says, vote for the felon. I know you like to brand yourself as the outlaw president. Your thoughts on the apparel this morning that Mary Walter has?
Well, I got to say Mary Walter is very good. She's highly respected. We say Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Crooked Joe's legs are very hairy. We can tell you that. And he told us that. But her shirt is beautiful. We love it. And we may not be a felon for a long time. You know, we may have the entire thing thrown out. We'll see what happens with the crooked judge. But even if we're not, we're still the outlaw. And we have the outlaw president and the hillbilly vice president. And it doesn't get more American than that. That much I can tell you.
There he is, Donald J. Trump. Sean Ferris doing great work, as always. One of the best ones yet. Good work, buddy. So, Sean, I want to get your thoughts on a lot of things, and we'll do a little round table here with myself, Mary, and yourself. Mary, your thoughts, and then we'll get Sean's as well. I just want to bring up the latest video of the shooter that we saw and we discussed 2 days ago here on the show that was recorded by the rally goer who was ultimately shot. As we saw that video footage obtained by Fox where, I mean, my God, Crooks was prancing around on that rooftop like a deer in Butler, Pennsylvania. Mary, your thoughts on just that level of ineptitude, and then I want to get Sean's reaction as well.
Yeah. First of all, may I just say, Sean, you know, I follow you on X. You're hilarious. But the word choice that I just wonder how much time you spend studying Donald Trump to get his vocabulary down, the shoulder shrug you got going on. I mean, do you have a life outside of this?
Well, it's a good question. You know, I've been watching Trump for a while, since 2016. I'm from New York, so it kind of helps. But yeah, there's a lot of studying. But after a while, it kind of just comes naturally. Sometimes it happens when I don't expect it too. You know, I'll be cooking. You know, I'll be making something. Let's say taco. We love tacos. Tacos are great. We love Hispanic people. And I'll just be like, we have to chop the onions now. And my wife will go, you don't have to do that right now. You don't have to be Trump. And I say, excuse me, what the hell are you talking about? You know, I was on the phone with Amazon. So I heard you guys commenting about my backdrop. I was on the phone with Amazon yesterday because we got this from Amazon. I call it Scamazon. And the TV just randomly, like in the middle of a show, shut off. So I called them and I was just like, listen, you know, you're giving me a product that shuts off. I broke into Trump and then I started yelling at them, and it's a whole thing. So the long story, the short answer to the question is I spent a lot of time early on. And now it just kind of comes naturally. I watch him, and every time he says something fun. We have a comb over. We call it a comb over. It's beautiful. They say amber waves of grain. We have golden waves of grain on top of our head. It's a beautiful thing. I spend a lot of time watching him. Yeah.
First of all, I love that the New York accent comes out when you do Sean. That's hilarious. Like you just flip back and forth, which is kind of Trump a little bit. But I was going to ask you if your wife wants to divorce you at this point in the game. So.
No, she thinks it's fun. We have a good time. And last night we were actually just hanging out with Andy Ogles. He just won his primary here in Tennessee. He's our congressional representative. And I was surprised because, this happened in New York when I was running a movement, the grassroots thing, and people started running over. Hey, I think I just seen you online and you're the Trump guy. And then Andy Ogles came by, the congressman, and I started doing this with him. So we always have a good time out in public doing this. It makes for some interesting nights, but it's fun. It's always a good time.
The debate you guys did with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump on this show, I retweeted that out, and I was doing a different show. I was filling in on a different show earlier this week, and I retweeted that. I told everybody to watch. I said, you got to see this. And absolute gold. Absolute gold. So we got to get you guys like on Gutfeld or something. That would be hilarious.
That would be
or Saturday Night Live.
He's ours. He's ours. You can't have him. He's ours.
Stalker's claiming copyright.
I was going to say, you better pony up, Greg, if that's what you want. And more than just like, here's a quarter for the vending machine, okay?
You're right.
So what was the question?
I don't even remember. No, it was.
I'm so sorry.
Sean, your thoughts on the latest angle of that shooting where we saw Crooks up on the stage where it became even more indefensible that nobody saw him?
This is the thing. So I've been very upset with a very simple question that we are now now we're in a new month, so I can't do math, right? But it's July 13th. What are we, 20 days from when this happened, or 21 days, something like that, from when this happened? And we don't have answers. We're 20 days because tomorrow would obviously Saturday. Tomorrow would be the 21, I believe, days, 3 weeks. And we don't have an answer as to how he got up on the roof. It's a very simple question. Why was the roof left open? Why can't we get a straight answer? Because we've gotten a couple of different answers, right? We got it was a slope. Right, which was, come on. You're trying to lie, and you're going to tell me that it was a slope. Okay. Number 2 was the local cops were supposed to be there, and the local cops came out and said, no, we weren't. Then it was too hot.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the crazy part was it wasn't too hot or too sloped or anything for a 20-year-old to run around up there. And when I say run around, you saw Copenhagen's video. He was running on the roof.
Yeah.
So if he could jog around up there with a gun and a backpack and run around up there and people can see it happening, how the heck was Secret Service not there? So my question still 3 weeks later is, why was the roof left unguarded? Nobody seems to want to answer that. And, we have a joke on our Rumble show. My wife always chimes in. And one time she didn't know what I was asking. I said, Brennan, what do people with nothing to hide do? She goes, hide stuff. I said, no, they usually hide nothing. But we make the joke. The Secret Service is hiding a lot. They're not giving us the easy answers, right? They're not giving us, why was the roof left unguarded? This is a very simple question. If you don't know, be honest with us and say, you know what, we really don't know. But they're giving us ridiculous answer one after another, and these answers are not acceptable. It can't be a slope, it can't be heat, it can't be the cops are supposed to be. Why was it left unguarded? Because it clearly wasn't as hard to traverse and move around on. We saw the video of him running up there.
Yes.
So this is ridiculous. If a guy in the crowd can get on video, he's filming Trump, this guy running around on the roof, then other people had to have seen him and known something bad was going to happen. Something bad did happen, and we're getting runarounds and cover-ups and all sorts of non-answers from the Secret Service. I think it's disgraceful. And by the way, now that the FBI has come out, and said unequivocally that Donald Trump was shot in the ear by a bullet, because the great John Kennedy asked, was it Sasquatch? Was it a murder hornet? Or was it a bullet? Right? I love the guy, right? He was out and the FBI came out and said he was shot in the ear with a bullet. So all of the crazy, rabid, foaming at the mouth, left-wing conspiracy theorist idiots can stop with the memes. Oh, Donald Trump's the bandage. You could all stop. You could say, you're sorry, okay? And we can move on. Your disgusting, divisive, incendiary rhetoric, Joy Reid, Rachel Mad Cow, the zoo, all the cattle that's on the zoo every day, Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg and all the cows that go on there, the heifers that decide that's the problem. That right there, the zoo, That's why we have a carbon emissions problem in this country, because they won't shut their mouths. Okay. These people are the reason why someone decided to climb up on a roof and shoot at Donald Trump, because they think he's literally Hitler. Are we going to get an apology from the crazy left-wing, rabid, foaming at the mouth conspiracy theorists? No, we're never going to get that. Well, because he has mean tweets, and because Joy Reid, who, I don't know, she's culturally appropriating white people with her blonde hair. This is what we're dealing with now. They have created this environment, and they're not taking accountability for what they created, and they're getting people hurt and killed. Corey Comparator should be alive today. He would be alive today if people like Mad Cow and the Zoo and all of these crazy people didn't continue to refer to Donald Trump as Adolf Hitler. So this is where we are as a country, and you have half of the country now who believes in this woman who can't get through a sentence if it's not scripted, right? Half of the country now is going to believe in this crap. The left is the biggest and most dangerous cult in the history of American politics. And I don't have any reservations when I say that. It's a cult completely and totally. The cult of men getting pregnant, the cult of attacking women, the cult of, hating Donald Trump because I don't know what, he's orange and he posted something on Twitter that you didn't like. Get over yourselves. All of you people need to get over yourselves. This is the rhetoric has contributed to what happened on July 13th. And as a conservative, I refuse to let that go. We can't let that go.
Sean Farish, flamethrower on a Friday, folks. Listen to this. All right, let me get your thoughts on this, because we were just talking about this for the last 2 days, Mary and myself. The media protecting Kamala Harris here. Basically, they're the ones doing the campaigning. They're the ones doing the makeover. And here we are, July 21st, Joe drops out, and it's August 2nd, and Kamala Harris has yet to do a legit one-on-one national interview, and I'm not expecting her to jump on with Sean Hannity, right? But she hasn't done an interview with Stephanopoulos, Kristen Welker, and any other softball lobber in the mainstream media. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, are they trying to hide her as almost an equivalent to keeping Biden in the basement like they did in 2020? Because she's only showing up at sororities and very, very uber-friendly settings like a Megan Thee Stallion concert.
Oh, geez. Okay, now, first of all, let me just touch on Megan Thee Stallion, because I never heard of her. I watched whatever that was before the Kamala Harris. I thought she was having a medical episode on the stage. Yeah, she was like flailing. I was like, oh my gosh, this woman's having a seizure. They go, no, that's twerking. I go, well, I'm glad I don't listen to that trash, because that's exactly what that was. So you have Megan Thee Stallion dropping N-words and cursing up a storm, dirty music. And then you have Donald Trump coming out to God bless the USA. Wow. What a radical, right? What an insurrectionist, what a terrorist. I think the reason why they're hiding Kamala Harris, I just posted this on my X account, right? She can't do it if it's not scripted, right? I mean, down to probably, I'm going to say this, the stuff with Willie Brown and Montel Williams, that was probably scripted, or else the performance wouldn't have gone as well and she wouldn't have gotten that promotion. This woman can't get through anything if there's not a script or a teleprompter or people kind of egging her on if it's not prepared. You saw what happened yesterday. She's standing there with Joe Biden, who's looking, I don't know what he's looking at. Who knows, right? Maybe there's some child with long hair he wants to go sniff. But she's standing there, and she's just word salading it up. She can't get through a complete sentence. I mean, we just talked about this coconut tree. I don't know what she's talking about. Oh, the context of where you are and where you have been and what we're doing. This woman can't get through anything. She has held 0 press conferences. You would think, right? A woman who's been coronated, not elected. She received 0 votes in her primary. 0, not 1. Well, the delegates vote for who the voters tell the delegates to vote for. The voters, 15 million of them, told the delegates to vote for Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't want it. They should open this up and have a primary in some way, shape, or form. They're not doing it. She's been coronated. They have subverted the will of 15 million people while saying Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. That's hypocrisy, number one. Number two, when you are now thrust into this, despite not getting a single vote to be your party's nominee, you are now thrust into being the presumptive nominee for president. Kamala Harris has not held a single press conference. You would think, right? The woman's going to be president of the United States. She's running to be president of the United States, right? You would think maybe one sit down with the press, maybe one conference with the press to talk about what's been going on is appropriate. Of course, you have left-wing cultists. No, why would she open herself up to criticism? Excuse me. You're running to be the president of the United States. There are going to be a number of people in this country who don't like you and will criticize. I need to see how you respond to that. Okay, I got to see it. I got to make sure we're comfortable with this. Other voters should see what they're voting for. She has not held a single event with the press, as you mentioned it, not even with people like Snuffleupagus, who would lob her softballs, right, the whole time. She hasn't even held a press conference with these guys. I mean, what are you afraid of? What is she afraid of happening? And we know what that is.
Well, and to my knowledge as well, she also does not have any of her policies on her official website, is what I've gathered. I mean,
there is no policy.
We don't even know what she's running on other than the fact that she's going to talk about dictator on day one, threat to democracy and that stuff. Where does she stand on the issues? We know from 5 years ago where she stood, and now it's like, well, she's kind of backpedaled with this, and she's not necessarily for that anymore. She has yet to come out and adamantly say where she stands on issue by issue.
Yeah, she won't say it because the stances on issue by issue are not popular. They're the same reason why people don't like Biden. Everyone has to understand, it's not that he's old. It's that he's been a horrible president. Yes, the fact that he has dementia and he's all over the place and he definitely looks like he doesn't know where he is, that's part of the problem. But the policy standpoint of this administration, this regime, has been so far left. That's her. She's all about that. She's all about the radical left. She's all about the drag queens and the what happened at the Olympics. She probably thinks that's a good thing, right? That a poor Italian 25-year-old got her nose broken by a guy in a boxing ring. And we have to hear, well, Donald Trump was hostile at the Chicago NABJ. Shut up. Can we pay attention to the more important things, like the fact that you, as a movement, the left, okay, the modern American or global left, the woke left, is now celebrating. This is what equity looks like at the Olympics, right? A girl getting her nose broken by a dude. That's your party. So I don't want to hear about J.D. Vance's weird. When you people think men can get pregnant, okay, they can't. Newsflash, they can't. Whoa, that's insensitive. No, I'm following the science. Men do not have babies. Men do not get pregnant. It's the same reason why the same left wants to cut men out of the abortion conversation. Well, it's between a woman and her doctor. Well, you can't define woman, and you don't know how to separate men from women in physical sports. You're letting them get their faces bashed in on the global stage in a bizarre humiliation ritual. It's unbelievable. These people have no policy stances that they can stand behind confidently without being ridiculed. So what does she do? She gets a black rapper to have a seizure on stage because nobody wants to go see her anyway. They leave when her thing is over, and we hear, oh, there's all this momentum. Let me say this. I'm a New York Jets fan. It is what it is. I know exactly what it looks like when your starting quarterback is brutal. Joe Biden was the starter that everybody wanted to get rid of. And they knew further down on the depth chart that the backup or the third stringer, they weren't any better, but they say, you know what? It's not any worse. And when we take that starting quarterback out, when Zach Wilson got benched for Chris Streveler or whatever the hell his name was, I say her, whatever the hell his name was with the Jets, we were like, yes, Wilson's out, but we knew the alternative wasn't any better.
Right.
And I think this political sugar high that we're seeing with Kamala Harris is eventually going to pass. But I don't want conservatives to take it easy. I want them to make it pass even quicker. We got to highlight the fact that this woman is incompetent. She's awful. She is stupid. She is a radical left-wing crazy person that is not going to help this country. And she is the reason why the border is wide open and the reason why the Biden regime has taken such a hard left stance on so many issues. She is the embodiment of the woke left here in the United States. That's what you're voting for or against. And I hope people can realize it. It's not just about age. It's about where she stands. That's why she's not telling you where she stands on everything, because she's not really proud of it and she knows it's not popular.
All right, we'll get more of Sean's thoughts on the other side. A couple of other questions we'll get to. We're going to keep Sean around until about 9:15. We got the morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. Cut sheet part due at 9:30. The final hour on the way. Kayal and Company with Mary Walter. Back after this.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
I get so lost sometimes.
9:03, fourth and final hour on this Friday morning. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Mary, Greg, Sean Farish hanging out for a couple of minutes more. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 20 minutes. And I think a lot of people should be able to get this, and a lot of people will like this one. That is coming up in just about 15 minutes, and we've also got a good prize to give away for our winner this morning. But we continue with Sean, and I wanted to get your thoughts, Sean, on some of the updates here that we've had with the Secret Service, specifically with Ronald Rowe, who now, according to whistleblower reports to Josh Hawley, Rowe was responsible for about a 20% scale back in staff, and also the report that they did not do the typical vetting of a venue in advance. And now there's also reports that this had been a glaring issue for weeks, if not months and months, according to some of these counter snipers, which can only lead you at this point to the conclusion, at least in my opinion, that this was not incompetence or ineptitude. And I have no problem saying it. I believe this was a setup to have Donald Trump assassinated. The only thing that prevents me being 100% of that belief, and I'm about 99% of the way there, is I want to know what was on that encrypted device that crooks had
and who exactly he was communicating with. Other than that, right now, it's my belief that they sent him out there to be killed.
I think when you look at, I make the joke all the time. Again, I'm a Jets fan. I know what incompetence looks like. I have never seen this much incompetence on display before. I don't think it's humanly possible. Now, I think it's very important if we're going to take the stance that we think there was some sort of inside job or setup, which I don't think is unreasonable at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we're going to take that, we have to understand how they would be able to pull something like that off. So obviously not everybody was in on it, right?
Sure.
SWAT teams weren't talking to Secret Service. The agents who jumped on stage and covered Donald Trump's body, I don't think they had a clue what was going on. I think you had a small group of people who were aware of the threat. And, there was all this cell phone data, too, about somebody who kept showing up with Crooks's house from Washington, D.C., whose phone was traced close to an FBI building. Who was that person, right? Who denied drone assistance from local PD? Ron Rowe admitted that happened. Who said no? Why did they say no? Are we ever going to get answers to that question? I think what happened was somebody knew there was a threat. They were very, very well aware of the fact that this kid was going to be able to make the shot. The original stories that came out about him being kicked off of his high school rifle team was not true. According to his high school, said there was no record that he ever even tried out for the team. The shooting club that he went to had a 100-meter, I think it was a 100-meter steel plate shooting practice the day before the rally. Turns out he wound up shooting at about 130 meters, 130 yards. They're about the same distance. He's walking around with a rangefinder. There are too many oops, that went on. Too many things that slipped through the cracks for me to believe that it was all innocent and incompetence. This seems to me like you had a certain group of people who knew about the threat and threw him to the wolves. I hate saying that. I can't make a clear 100% determination, but I'm going to say it requires the least amount of assumptions for me to say that they knew about him, they threw him out there anyway, than to say a 20-year-old outmaneuvered and outsmarted the greatest security force, what's supposed to be the greatest security force in the world. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that it looks like it was a setup, that they tried to have him killed. And I think that's why we're seeing no clear, straight answers right now, because the answers that they have, or the answers that exist, are not acceptable to anybody, and they have to do their best to sweep it under the rug. And by the way, they're doing a great job. People seem to be letting it go, and that really disappoints me. That really disappoints me, because I heard this was it. This is the line in the sand, and half of our movement has gone to sleep over this issue, and it's very unfortunate.
Well, and Mary, that's what you were talking about earlier this morning, about how we've just moved on to the next thing with a short attention span, and this story is kind of moving, and been slid off to the back burner, so to speak, and the media would love nothing more to move on to the next thing. They probably can't wait for Kamala to select her VP, get to the DNC, and put all this attempted assassination stuff in the rearview mirror.
And you know what's really sad is I truly believe it would be the exact same thing had Trump been killed. I think it would have been the same thing. There would have been a big state funeral. We all would have watched. It would have been on national television. Said, oh, that's really too bad. And there would have been those who were outwardly celebrating all of this. And we'd be at the same place right now where we are as far as not talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And to Sean's point, as I keep saying, they're either the most incompetent group of people in U.S. history or complicit. But it's because Greg brought this up and we were talking about it earlier, because the advent of cell phones and social media, there's so much more out there now for people to say, hey, look, that guy was all over the roof. He brought up, it was a slanted roof. There are handicap ramps that are more slanted than that roof, right? He was running around on the roof. Did the people below him, it was a steel roof, a metal roof. Did you not hear him jumping around up there? Did they not hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Of course they heard it. But the fact that the people on the ground, including the Secret Service agents on the ground, were not really in on what was going on. They weren't told. They were just as confused as everybody else. Like, why aren't we talking to each other? How come there was no meeting beforehand? That to me is a good sign in the possibility of the truth coming out. Mm-hmm. Because there's so many people asking questions, and because of social media, these questions are now legitimate. So they can't keep it under wraps as much as they could when you only had the Zapruder film, from Kennedy's assassination. So I do have a little bit more hope of the truth coming out, and I do think it's a smaller group of people, and because it didn't succeed, they're panicking now to try to cover this up because somebody's got to go down for this, and they're all pointing it's like this, everybody's pointing at everybody else. Somebody's going to be the sacrificial lamb for this. It wasn't Cheadle. I'm sure Cheadle got bought off. That's just me. But somebody is going to go down for this. I think somewhere along the line, maybe 20 years down the road, but it's going to happen.
Sean, let me get your thoughts. One last thing on Trump, and then I want to get to this Title IX and the boxing stuff that we talked about in the big take this morning. So we saw the parents for the second time just 2 days ago. The mom wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Looks like she's got a COVID mask on, obviously trying to conceal her entire identity and her face. The dad speaking for the second time. I think the first time around it was, we're not going to issue a statement, respect our privacy, that whole facade. And then 2 days ago, he gets hit with like 3 questions, doesn't say anything other than I need to pee, as in I need to urinate.
Right.
I know the kid. He's 20 years old, the deceased shooter, Crooks, but obviously there was issues going on, still living at home. I think even if your child is an adult and he's still living at home, you need to understand like what's going on. And it's like I brought this analogy up yesterday, and I think you'll like this as a football fan. Kirby Smart's dealing with all sorts of culture issues in his locker room at the University of Georgia, all sorts of violence and criminal activity with his players. You need to know what's going on in your locker room and your culture. I think the same thing applies to some extent with parents, even when they are adults with their child. Do you think the parents are somewhat complicit and need to be held accountable a little bit with what transpired with their son?
Well, I think there need to be questions asked, and I think there need to be better answers than I need to pee. I think that was insulting to everybody, to the entire country. And I'll flip this on you, right?
Yep.
If Thomas Crooks was a January 6th rioter who broke a window and entered the Capitol, do you think they'd be getting off that easy?
No.
I don't. I really don't. I am tired of seeing people, like J6ers get railroaded while we're giving sweetheart deals to the people behind 9/11. This administration is the most disgusting, reprehensible administration I have ever seen in this country. And I lived through Obama. I was a little younger, right? But lived through it. And you have the parents. And again, yes, he's 20 years old, so he's technically an adult. They should be questioned. They should divulge what they know, right? The father apparently didn't think anything was up when Thomas Crooks left the house with the AR-15. Fine. He said that Thomas Crooks had been using that and been gone shooting with it, which means he's been practicing with it. Fine. Mm-hmm. What else do we know about your son? Do you know anything about his political leanings? Is he a Trump guy? Is he a Biden guy? Has he ever expressed, any thoughts? Did he keep it all to himself? I don't know. I want them to at least answer those questions with something more substantive than I have to pee. But you look at this because you have these folks, the parents of these folks. If Thomas Crooks was somebody who was screaming, hang Mike Pence on January 6th, they'd have been grilled by the FBI. Instead, they're getting a pass, right? So we go after one sect of people, but we don't go after another group of people. I firmly believe, by the way, I mentioned that, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the rest of these, swine that they gave a sweetheart deal to, right? Oh, they've avoided the death penalty. They pled guilty to killing 3,000 people in a day. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yep.
And we've given them a sweetheart deal. And I firmly believe, I posted about this last night, I firmly believe that is Kamala Harris pandering to the Death to America voters in Michigan. All right. And I want to be clear. I don't believe all Muslim people are terrorists. I don't believe that at all. I believe there are fundamentalists of every religion that could be considered dangerous. What I will tell you is in Dearborn, Michigan, with Rashida Tlaib, I call her Piggy Smalls for a reason, the notorious PIG. We call her Piggy Smalls. She's a pig. We don't like her. The notorious PIG. We say, piggy, piggy, piggy. Can't you see? Sometimes what you say infuriates me. I can tell you that. But you see what she did with the uncommitted vote. They're going to have these people stay home. Genocide Joe, Free Palestine, Death to America. Well, it's hard to pander to the Death to America people if you sentence 3 Death to America people to death, right? Mm-hmm. So we let them live now in our prisons, and we pay for them to stay alive, and we pay for their meals. And I'm a pro-life guy, but not when you killed 3,000 of my people. Now I'm not pro-life anymore when it comes to that person, right? Yep. So I think she's pandering to that group of people with this whole thing. And again, why are they getting special treatment when J6ers who peacefully protested, some of whom went into the Capitol and asked the cops, hey, how can I help you out? These people are being locked up on charges of civil disorder. This is felony charges. This is unbelievable. Yeah. And yet Thomas Crooks' parents have the nerve. His father, I have to pee. If your kid was a J6er, you would have been in jail already. You would have been subpoenaed. You would have been grilled by the FBI. But your kid tried to kill Trump, and you tell us we have to pee and we have to accept it? Nonsense. This is the worst, most egregious, most disgusting administration I think we've ever lived through. And Americans need to see it. And conservatives have to be the ones who push this content out. The audiences that are behind everybody's podcasts and radio shows and TV shows have to be more engaged here, because the mainstream media is trying to sweep it all under the rug. Oh, yeah, Kamala Harris. You can't say DEI. That's the N-word. You people have been saying DEI for the last 4 years. Have you been saying the N-word? I mean, are we ever going to hold these people accountable? We have the power to do it. We just have to actually put in the work to do it. And that's my challenge to my viewers and listeners and followers every day.
Yep.
What are we doing to make a difference?
Yeah, indeed. Lastly, Title IX obliterated by the Biden administration. 52 years of progress for women down the drain. It went into effect, the Biden rewrite of Title IX yesterday. Coincidentally enough, we have that whole debacle and charade, a man against a woman in boxing on the Olympic stage. And what I don't get, and I said this in the Big Take this morning, and I called out females of every political party, whether they're progressive, liberal, moderate, conservative. What is it going to take for all women, if not all, a majority of women? Because I believe most women do not believe men should be in women's sports, but they're afraid to voice their opinion. I mean, what's it going to take? A woman actually having brain damage? A woman, God forbid, being killed? What is it going to take for women? Because men can only do so much. Like this should be a fight for all, but I do think it falls on deaf ears a little bit when a man's bloviating about it. But it would be more impactful if more women spoke up. Your thoughts on what you watched, because I know you're a sports guy and you obviously have some strong takes on this as well.
Well, I thought it was disgusting to see what happened on the Olympic stage, and it was only a matter of time. And this is the reason why we've been saying men should not be competing in women's sports. It's not bigoted. It's a safety issue. It's not a red or a blue or a Democrat or a Republican or a liberal or a conservative issue. It's a common sense issue.
Yep.
It's a health issue. That's why Angela Carini, who was there to honor her father, who told her to never give up, that's why she gave up. Because she said she felt like her life was in danger. That should never be. I get it. It's boxing. It's like fighting. I understand. You're not supposed to believe that you might die in a boxing ring because you're facing somebody biologically superior. If they're athletically superior because they trained harder, they lifted bigger weights, they're just better than you. But the variables that can be controlled, i.e., can't be controlled, your gender, your biological makeup, those things, we can't do anything about that, right? If it's one guy versus another guy, at least you're both guys, and may the best fighter win. In this case, the best fighter didn't win. The biologically superior being won. It was unfair. She never could have won in that ring yesterday. This isn't about Republicans, Democrats, bathrooms, trans bathrooms, bigoted, nothing. This is not about those things. This is about common sense. The women in the United States of America, I have nothing against women, obviously, not an issue, but I think you're right. They need to speak up, just like the Black community needs to speak up. You have seen this group, the left, make promise after promise after promise after promise. They're going to make things better. They're going to support women's rights, and then erode what it means to be a woman, take away what is sacred about being a woman. The same with the Black community. We hear that they're going to do all these things for the Black community, and then they bus in these illegals and forget about the Black community. It's like Stockholm syndrome. You're in love with your captors. This needs to change. What is the definition of insanity? It is repeating the same behaviors and expecting different results. The Black community has done this forever. They have voted Democrat under the idea that the Democrats are going to help them, and the Democrats don't help them, but they keep voting for Democrats as if something's going to change. You've got to change your behavior if you want to change the outcome, right? So for women, if you're tired of feeling uncomfortable when you walk into a public restroom, not knowing if there's a guy in there ready to attack you, or if you're an athlete and you're not sure if your hard work is going to be wiped away because you were forced to compete against somebody biologically superior to you, not superior to you because they trained harder, but because they were born a different biological makeup than you, or if you're a member of the Black community who is tired of your streets being unsafe and you heard that defunding the police was going to help and it didn't help, then you need to change your behavior. You need to stop voting for the people who told you they're going to help and then every cycle don't help. You have to change the behavior if you want a different outcome, or else I'm going to call you insane because you're expecting different results from the exact same behaviors. That's what insanity looks like. And it's unfortunate. I don't think these people are insane. I think they don't understand that the Republican alternative is actually viable because of what they're being fed through the mainstream media. These people are Hitler, they're bigots, they're racist. You can't vote for them. Republicans are the ones who want to return actual equality, equal opportunities to all. May the best people succeed. And if you want to succeed, you got to work for it. And there's nothing racist about that. That is the most empowering thing you can be told. Hey, you want to succeed in life? Go bust your butt for quite some time, and you will earn that success instead of being handed something and then have to keep doing tricks for the next handout. Go work your tail off, earn that success. Anybody is capable of doing it. Marcus Aurelius, my favorite philosopher, said, if nothing is impossible, if it is humanly possible, you can do it too. If you're a human, I'm a human. You want to host a podcast? I do it. You might have a better one than me. Work for it. And that's what this country's about. That's the American dream. But we have become so allergic to success and working hard because we expect everything to be given to us. Started with the participation trophies, and now here we are, right? Now here we are thinking we have to have stuff dropped on our lap instead of working hard for it. There's nothing racist about saying everybody should try to work hard for what they want. It's the most empowering thing I think you can be told. It's in your control. It's in your power to achieve success. You just got to bust your backside for it. And I applaud anybody who still is of that mindset, because those are the people who are going to help take our country back and drive this country in the right direction.
Sean Farish, ladies and gentlemen, how about that? 50 minutes of strong opinions and lots of good laughs as Donald J. Trump.
The greatest opinions, by the way. The greatest opinions. Nobody has opinions like this. I can tell you that.
Good stuff, buddy. Have a great weekend. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Sean Farish with us. With that being said, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What in God's name happened back there?
That lard ass called the cops on me. That's what happened.
Why did JD think he was going to kill him? What'd you do to him?
Nothing.
It's in the clip.
I told you.
I got mad.
You hit him?
It's not serious. What was I supposed to do? Let him get hit by a car? If he wasn't being such a little
You always got a reason. It's always someone else's fault. Some point, you're going to have to take responsibility, or someone else is going to have to step in.
Who? Huh? Who? You? What are you going to do?
You think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize, a pair of tickets to tour the Battleship New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey. For more information, visit battleshipnewjersey.org. Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that very challenging clip that we just played for you. 855-839-1210. We'll see if we get our winner on the other side. Cut sheet part due on the other side as well. Nick, Mary, and Greg back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Help me escape. I'm talking about the new 2024 Tonale from Alfa Romeo. Tonale, beautiful. Wilmington Pike, built with the iconic grille, those 5-hole wheels. If you have seen this vehicle, it's a work of art. And for your convenience, you're going to find a hands-free power liftgate, a 10-inch touchscreen, 10 inches, keyless entry, a wireless charging pad, brilliant LED adaptive lights. This is a beautiful thing. And for a limited time, it's all yours. Lease a Tonale TI all-wheel drive for just $299 a month. $299 a month for 24 months. Just visit Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike, Chadds Ford for all the details. Alfa Romeo of Wilmington Pike in Chadds Ford. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At the next Crash Proof event, you will learn how our proprietary Crash Proof retirement system includes inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35% or more to fight rising costs without depleting your nest egg.
Geraldine Chiadetti from Warrington, Pennsylvania. Crash Proof puts a smile on my face every day. I sleep well, and it even put a bigger smile on my face today when I got my 13%. The interest we receive from Crash Proof is credited interest. I'm not worried about inflation one bit. We get Crash Proof income, but guess what? Your principal still doesn't go down because your interest from your money is making more money. When I was told we made 13%, my husband looked at me and I looked at him and we did the happy dance.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.30, Kayal and Company, Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great day. Looks beautiful outside. Can't imagine it's going to be any hotter than it was yesterday. Mary, Greg, Nick, Cut Sheet Part 2 on the way. But first, time to give away our tickets to see the Battleship New Jersey in Camden. We've got Donna in Marlton, New Jersey, who is with us. Donna, good morning. What was that tough movie that we just played for you?
Hillbilly Elegy.
Yeah.
That is correct. Congratulations, Donna. You got yourself the tickets. Thank you very much. There she is, Donna in Marlton. We appreciate her listening and playing. Mary Walter, did you know what that movie was?
No, I had no clue.
Really? You never saw that movie?
No.
I
work. I don't have time. I don't have time to do that. I don't have a set schedule. I don't have time to go golf and drink on a Thursday. I don't have that kind of time.
Wow. Boy, coming at us with a flamethrower.
Don't have help at the house. You know what I mean? I don't have cleaning people. I got to do all that on my own. I got a busy life.
Yeah.
Man, today's a flamethrower Friday. We've had My Big Take. You had Mary just there. Sean Ferris was going off for about 25 minutes. And the TikTok clip we played earlier of that lady dunking on Kamala Harris.
Okay, she wins. I'm sorry. I love Sean,
You're
but
right.
she wins.
I may play her. I may play her again at the end.
It was up to me. I would just run it for the next 20 minutes on loop.
No, we can't. We have
no disrespect to Sean. I love him.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious. I love his the whole shticky thing. I love it.
Yep.
But man, sorry.
Yeah.
I think even Sean would admit she wins.
Yeah.
She's gold medal. He gets silver since we're in the Olympics.
Nice little touch. There you go. All right, 9:33.
Wait a minute. If we're in the Olympics, Mary, what are you getting? You're getting like the gold medal for bringing it for 2 days, for waking up.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I just kind of thought I was
awful.
in the back hawking the popcorn is what was going on here. It's like
Is that fan working okay for you, by the way, up in the attic?
Yeah, thank God we took a break because it was like 78 degrees up here. I was like, all right, we're starting to get to the point where it's a little schwitzy up here. You know, it's a little humid and schwitzy. And so I put that on. I was like,
Yeah. All right, let's find out what soccer has lined up to wrap up the week with What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Getting back to the prisoner swap, this happened last night at about close to midnight at the Joint Base Andrews in Maryland there. The Paul Whelan, Gershkovich, and somebody else came home. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were on the tarmac waiting. Joe Biden gave a little impromptu speech. So did Kamala Harris. We'll get to Kamala Harris because...
oh, it's so good.
Yeah, Mary sent me this. This is like a word salad of hers.
Oh, I've missed those.
Joe Biden spoke first. So let's start here with cut 10, Philip. Go.
I asked them to do some things that were against their immediate self-interest and really very difficult for them to do, particularly Germany and Slovenia. Slovenia came in at the last minute, and I tell you what, the chancellor was incredible. He was incredible.
So what's your message to other countries that may think that the Americans into their custody unlawfully detaining them would be a good way to get something that they want from us?
Hey, look, that's been the case for all of history. My job is to make sure, number one, they don't get them. And if they do, we get them back. I don't buy this idea that you're going to let these people rot in jail because other people may be captured. We're going to set out all the notifications to all the other countries, all our citizens, what countries not to go to, what to do, what not to do, and they got to pay attention. We got more work to do. So.
And then Joe would wrap it up and say something like this.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Oh, sorry about that, Stocker. I forgot you had the music going. So, let me ask you this, Mary: Is it inhumane for the response to that act of bringing those Americans home that it's a bad precedent? I mean, if you're talking about not giving up, as Bolton was saying, where you don't give up, high-valued assets in exchange for your own, because I think that's kind of what you were saying earlier, where now Russia can continue to kidnap other Americans that are over there and then play this whole game again.
Absolutely. Did you notice he said there, we make sure they don't get them. That was the quote, meaning that the Russians don't get them. We make sure that they don't get them. Seriously, sir, 2 of the 3 that you brought back were kidnapped under your watch.
Right. Yes.
We're just going to forget that, why? I know they got to trot him out every now and then because he's got to earn the paycheck.
I was just going to ask you, is that the last act?
I had to turn the volume up. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
What are you saying, buddy?
Well,
speak up!
It's
I need the big ear horn.
11:51.
Can't hear you. I needed like that big horn that they used to have in the cartoons,
Yeah.
Yep.
I couldn't hear him. So they trotted him out just to show that Joe's vibrant. And apparently, according to Kamala Harris, he was all involved. Everyone saying Joe was totally involved in the prisoner swap. He worked super hard at that. I mean, can they just stop lying to us now? Because, we know that that's not true.
Yeah, he just found out at about 10:30 last night, probably.
Right, exactly. No, they just told him he was going for ice cream, so he got in the car.
Who's this
he
guy?
had no clue where he was going.
Name? Who?
It's insulting at this point. It's like when a guy breaks up with you and he says, "Oh, it's not you, it's me." But in the meantime, he's telling you while he's standing there holding his girlfriend's hand, and you're like, "Wait, no, that's not true."
Yeah.
It's just insulting at this point in the game. I don't mind.
I was
hate
waiting for him to botch Gershkovich by saying Gorbachev.
Yeah. Well, notice he didn't even try.
No, he didn't.
He's just like, don't even try it. They know they got to keep it to Smith, Jones. It's that kind of thing with him.
Yeah.
Didn't even try.
He's got no idea who any of these people are.
And then Vice President Harris was
Here we
asked
go.
about this. This is what she said. This is cut 11, Phil. Go.
This is an extraordinary day, and I'm very thankful for our president and what he has done over his entire career, but in particular as it relates to these families and these individuals, what he has been able to do to bring the allies together on many issues, but in particular this one. This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances.
Right.
This is an incredible day.
Yeah. With the significance of the passage of time, right?
Yeah, she gets,
as we've heard.
There are certain words that she loves to keep going to. We all do, right? We all have certain words.
Sure.
I'm trying to work the word shenanigans into my vocabulary a little bit more. Like every now and then I pick a word and I'm like, we need to use that word more.
Yeah,
so
if you're
I try
going to
to
be
work
on this show, you need to work it in because that's all we do is shenanigans around here.
Exactly. Hijinks is another one.
Yep. Yeah, tomfoolery.
Right? But for her, it's significance.
Yeah.
The significance of the passion. And once she gets that word in there, she's done.
Mm-hmm.
It is like a downward spiral at that point, and she can't help herself.
Yep.
And it just, when she uses that word, that's the signal of, I've lost my train of thought, we're heading into nonsense, right? It's all gone. Sorry, it's gone. I did the first sentence perfectly. I got nothing else to say. It's significance.
And I know exactly what that looks like. That look looks like. I've seen it on Tony Bruno's face every 20 minutes.
By the way, we on this show, Mary, always say that she's like the kid who stands up in front of the classroom to give a book report, but hasn't read the book. So keeps saying the same, the name of the book over and over again. Moby Dick is about a whale, and Moby Dick was a big, you know
Moby
what I mean?
Dick.
Yeah, it was a Moby Dick, and the Moby Dick has the Moby Dick with
And
the
it's
Moby
significant
Dick
because
of Moby Dick.
There are people, and I've seen it on X. There are people who were saying that last night. They're like, she was strung out. And I've heard this a couple of times before.
They were both super low energy, were they not?
Super low energy, but I have seen this allegation. There's quite a few people saying it on X today that, like, look at her.
Yeah.
She is strung out. And I don't know if that's true. Haven't really been around a lot of people who have been quote unquote strung out. So I don't know what it looks like, but it explains like the weird inappropriate laughing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, the inappropriate laughing, I've always thought, is some nervous anxiety, public speak. It's not a crutch, but it's her way of kind of coping and pivoting with being in a setting which is weird because as a former prosecutor, you speak for a living.
Exactly.
You speak to juries and judges and defense attorneys. Like, it shouldn't be. It's not like she's in front of 80,000 people every time she speaks. You go in front of the White House press gaggle, and there's 13 people in there. It's not that difficult.
Yeah. And I don't want to start. I'm not making an allegation. I'm just saying that if it's true, I can understand the behavior a little bit more. And that's why we don't know whose cocaine that was in the White House.
Dawn has long thought that she's under some sort of medication,
Yeah,
for
well, okay,
something.
let's call it medication to be
Yeah.
nice.
Yes,
all right?
I have no idea
Just like
what
mommy's little pill. Mommy's got to go take
Yeah.
her medication. I got it.
Yeah.
Mommy's little helper, right?
Mommy's little helper.
Chardonnay and diet pills, I think is what.
I think back in the day, when the Rolling Stones recorded that Mommy's Little Helper was like Xanax or something, right?
Yeah. Right. Running through the shelter of mother's little helper.
Their mother's little helper.
Yeah. By the way, can we just say this? When we talk about age and everything, just remember who just turned 81. Mick Jagger. He's touring the world right now, dancing around on stage for 4 hours a night.
And Joe's touring a Baskin-Robbins.
Yes. Just it's not about age. It's about health. It's about physicality. It's about mental acuity.
Right.
Just remember that. Like, there's two 81-year-olds that are in a completely different world.
Yep.
Completely different world.
Listen, I didn't like RBG.
Yeah.
I didn't like her at all. But she still had it all together upstairs.
Yep.
So I had to give her credit for that. She was all together mentally.
Yep.
And to say that it's age denotes intellect or ability, mental ability, I think is so wrong.
Mm-hmm.
John, Jake Sullivan. It's John Kirby, Jake Sullivan. Jake Sullivan was at the podium yesterday and was asked if Kamala was involved in the negotiations over the release of the wrongfully detained Americans. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
You've discussed, obviously, the president's involvement, direct involvement in all of this. Can you talk us through any involvement that the vice president had? Was she also speaking directly to other leaders and allies?
So, as I said in my opening comments, both President Biden and Vice President Harris have made the return of unjustly detained American hostages an absolute priority. And in this particular case, Vice President Harris actually had an opportunity to engage with Chancellor Scholz earlier this year at an opportune and timely moment at the Munich Security Conference, where she talked about this issue with him. That followed on a conversation that the president had just a short time before that, and it was in the run of high-level engagements and a back and forth that the president and the chancellor were having that Vice President Harris was actually able to sit face-to-face with Chancellor Scholz and talk through the elements of this. And then I've sat in the Oval Office more times than I can count over the course of the past years, providing briefings and updates on this and getting peppered with questions by both the president and the vice president, thinking through the strategy, iterating the approach, which she was a participant in very much, a core member of the team that helped make this happen.
Yeah, she didn't do anything. By the way, is that a comb over or a wig?
Well, we're gonna have to do a freeze frame photo breakdown, but before we do that, if Phil can freeze that, I would say she was probably loosely involved at an introductory level as far as, well, here's my wish, now go make it happen. Same thing with Joe. Now, I don't know the full context of the briefing yesterday, but I always bring this up every time we talk about foreign policy, whether it's dealing with Russia or the Middle East and Israel. You ever notice it's always Kirby and it's always Sullivan when the heavy lifting has to be done?
Yep.
Like, you just don't get as much Karine Jean-Pierre out there.
Oh, yeah.
Because they know the binder can't handle that kind of workload.
Again, she checks 3 boxes.
Yep.
Just not a competent one.
All right. Comb over or wig?
That might be a toupee. Yeah, I don't even think
gotta
that's a
go
comb
because
over.
if that, well, you know what? Because your men's hair gets very coarse when it's when it gets like that when it falls out.
Yeah,
so
I don't have that problem.
I don't. Could be. Yeah, you're the expert. Why don't you tell us?
No, I don't have that problem with hair. But that if you just look there, if you look at on the left side of your screen, which would be the right side of his head, the hair almost doesn't match up with the top.
Good point.
You
Yeah.
see that?
Although look at how deep that part is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part's really, really deep.
Yeah, parts
and
unknown.
can I just say about what he talked about? Like he's sitting there telling us about, I was peppered with questions from both the president and the vice president.
Yeah.
I would respect all these people so much more if they go, look, the president's out of it. He was out of it then, had no clue what was going on. We just threw him out there. So, no, he didn't ask a question. He wasn't even in the briefing.
Mm-hmm.
It was nap time. I just be honest with us.
Yeah, I got
Stop
peppered with
lying to me.
questions. Joe was peppering his eggs.
Yeah, exactly.
This morning while we were talking, Maria Bartiromo talked to former President Trump. Was asked about, keeps talking about the brave Secret Service agents, which begs a question. I don't know. Like we're all talking here on this side about this conspiracy that happened. It doesn't seem to be coming a lot from the Trump camp, though, does it? I don't know.
They've kind of taken this approach of let's not throw gasoline on the bonfire, right?
Let's play cut 15 here, Phil. Go.
Good Friday morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good Friday morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Friday, August 2nd. It is 8:01 on the East Coast. Time for the hot topic of the hour. Former President Trump breaking news about Meta and Google in our sit-down interview last night. He even told me about a surprising call he received after the assassination attempt on his life.
I know that a lot of Silicon Valley types got behind you after the assassination attempt on your life. And of course, Elon Musk was supportive before that. And then just over the last 2 weeks, we see what happened with Google and Meta. Google's search bar would not bring up results of the shooting. Their AI tool would not even give any information about it. Meta's AI tool said that the shooting was fictional. Facebook labeled photos of you pumping your fist as altered. You still have a major problem with big tech, don't you?
So AI is very complex. It's got tremendous potential, but it also has potential to destroy. And they actually had one of the pictures with everything the same, except they have all of the Secret Service agents around me who are great people, very brave people, because they ran into that fire. Those bullets were going right over my head. And I heard them going. They were moving along. And these people were jumping on top of me. There wasn't one of them that was slow moving you saw them. They didn't care. They were jumping on top of me. As fast as I was down, they were on top of me. They were very brave. And when I got up, you see the faces. They were not happy. They were angry, and they were looking around. They actually have one picture where the Secret Service is all smiling. They're laughing as they're protecting me. I have the same hand up, everything else. And it's AI. It's a very dangerous thing. We've got to be very careful with artificial intelligence.
I mean, basically what he's saying is we've gone from the fake news to the fake social media with all the fake stuff that's out there and the way AI can make everything and sound almost as authentic as possible. But there's two different things here. We can get into what social media and these companies are doing with the suppression of searches and the way he's handled it politically. I'll grab the political angle on this, Mary. I think he's handled it really well. I mean, he has not been bombastic, combative, pointing fingers. I mean, yeah, he's said so-and-so's dropped the ball and there was mistakes. But, I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's been coached on this from a political strategy standpoint, or maybe it's just, and none of us can really relate because none of us have been shot in the ear. I don't know. Maybe it's just he's just grateful to be alive. This is not if you would have laid this out to me a year ago and you said, hypothetically, if Trump is close to being assassinated, how do you think he will react? My stock answer would have been he's going to take a flamethrower to everything. But that has not been the case.
No, I agree with you. The way he handled this, the way he was saying with Maria Bartiromo, I think he truly believes that the rank and file, and we said this, in the first hour of the show, the rank and file are annoyed at the leadership for making them look bad. And I think Trump knows that. And most of us don't blame the rank and file, right? Most of us look, and it's a small group of people at the very top of each one of the alphabet agencies, and they are making the rank and file look bad. So it's at their cost. They're the ones paying the price for it. That's why so many whistleblowers are coming forward. I think that's part of the reason why. And Donald Trump knows that. And so he was always a friend to first responders. Remember 9/11, he had his guys come in and help work, and he was down at the rubble that day. The next day he was down there. So he's always been very supportive of the rank and file. I saw that the head of his security team is a guy who was a New York City cop who got fired. So so I can see him truly feeling that these people are not responsible. They did their jobs. They did what they were supposed to do, and he is grateful to them for that. I really believe that that's genuine.
Yep.
She continues with the questioning on Meta and AI and fake news being out there, and he discusses that Mark Zuckerberg. Well, I'll let him say it. This is cut the 14, Phil, go.
The picture wasn't altered. At first they said it was altered, and then they said, no, it was a bug.
So
it was a mistake.
Mark
So my
Zuckerberg-
point is these companies would not allow any information out about what happened.
So Mark Zuckerberg called me. First of all, he called me a few times. He called me after the event, and he said that was really amazing. It was very brave, and and he actually announced he's not going to support a Democrat because he can't, because he respected me for what I did that day. I think what I did maybe was to me it was a normal response. But I was called by Mark Zuckerberg yesterday, the day before, on this same subject, and he actually apologized. He said they made a mistake, et cetera, and they're correcting the mistake. Google, nobody called from Google. One of the things, like doing a show like yours, your show, you see it on Fox, but where you really see it is all over the place. They take clips of your show that you're doing right now with me, and if I do a good job, they're going to vote for me. They're going to vote for me because it's not just on Fox. It's on Fox is a smaller part of it. You're on all over those little beautiful cell phones. You're all over the place. You have a product. You have a great product. You have a great brand. So you have to get out. You have to get out. You have to do things like your show and other shows. And Google has been very bad. They've been very irresponsible. And I have a feeling that Google is going to be close to shutdown because I don't think Congress is going to take it. I really don't think so. Google has to be careful. Now, I will say this. I believe Mark Zuckerberg. He called me a lot. They are working on, and I think they fixed it.
But what
and he's not doing what he did 4 years ago with the $500 million, I don't believe.
Interesting, right?
Yeah, but I know Trump likes to be stroked, and he loves the fact that Zuckerberg called him. Mark Zuckerberg's not on Trump's side.
I agree with that.
Don't let your guard down, dude.
You are right. I'm glad you said that.
They are so censorious on Facebook. It's one of the reasons I just, besides the fact that my feed has turned into, cat photos and pictures of your kid's first day at school.
Hey, that's
and
why I got off
all
12
of that
years ago.
Crap. So I'm rarely on there anymore. I just go on to post which station I'm going to be on, when I'm going that type of thing. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg is so in the tank for the left. He's so full of crap. He got up in front of Congress and said, "Oh yeah, we're not censoring, we're not." Baloney, you are. They censor everything on that platform. It's horrific. It's useless. Thank God for Elon Musk. Thank God for Elon Musk.
Social media like Facebook, Instagram, and things like that, and Google are basically the digital media version of mainstream media for the DNC. That's what they are.
Exactly. They bought that too.
Yep.
All right, guys, that's what I got for you.
All right, 9:53. Phil Almquist, take us into the weekend with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 2nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Joelyn Turner, who's now 73, and a heavenly birthday shout-out to Jim Capaldi from Traffic. We also lost Steve Holland from Molly Hatchet on this day in 2020. Singles include New World Man by Rush in 1982. Albums include Night Songs by Cinderella in 86, Don't Look Back by Boston in 78, Vinnie Vincent Invasion's debut also in 1986, and Rotting Pinata by Sponge in 94. Also in 86, Lady in Red by Krista Berg was atop the UK chart. In 68, The Doors was atop the singles chart in the US. In 1962, Aretha Franklin made her TV debut on American Bandstand. And on the same day, Robert Zimmerman's name change to Bob Dylan became official. Also, in 2001, the New Orleans International Airport was renamed Louis Armstrong Airport. Definitely looking forward to getting back to New Orleans. But lastly, yesterday in Bethlehem, Music Fest opened up, running through the 11th. So if you like music, this is a must-go-to event every year, no matter your music taste, and a lot of it's actually free. I'll be there tomorrow to see Shinedown. I just hope the weather holds. For Kayal and Company, have a great weekend. I'm Phil Lomquist.
In case you were wondering what Phil's doing with his weekend, there you go. By the way, he is correct about Music Fest. It is a great event.
I will actually be up there today and tomorrow. My in-laws have 3 concession tents on the main street.
Wow.
So if you want overpriced pretzels and
Are you going to be out there making the cotton candy?
I don't know.
Swirling it around?
I'm just recontemplating my life while I'm there.
120 degrees.
Yeah. With my mother-in-law. She tells me Kamala Harris is better than Trump. This
Just
could be it,
pretend it's
folks.
golf. You'll be fine.
This could be it. I might not make it home.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Regarding that music
Yeah,
thing, whatever that was.
yeah.
There's a group called Rotted Pinata. Like
No,
I wrote that down. Like really?
Sponge is the band. They were
Sponge. Okay.
Sponge.
Were all the other good names taken? So they're like, well, nobody has Sponge.
Rotting Pinata was the name of the album from like
Rotting Pinata.
96
Well, they sound like
something.
fun. They sound like very
94.
nice young men.
We had a name change there in the 70s that Phil mentioned as well.
Yeah, Bob Dylan.
Back in my day, we used to change names. Now we change genders. All right.
So fun fact, Bob Dylan was wandering around the town near me, and it's a big town for all the Bennies. They all go there, whatever. And he was wandering the streets, and a cop arrested him because she thought he was a homeless guy. So she wanted to know what he was doing in the neighborhood, and she didn't know who he was. And she had no clue. And she didn't arrest him, but she called in a suspicious person because he was wandering around, and it was the off season. And so that's what makes the news here.
There you go.
It's amazing.
That'll do it. Have a great weekend, Mary. It was great the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
So much fun. You guys are the best. Thank you for having me.
All right, stay tuned. Kathy Barnett is in next for Dawn Stensland. We're back on Monday morning at 6, and as John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's